There we go. I think we are live. Hello, hello, Zen friends. Happy Sunday to you. Happy holidays to you as well. I'm wearing my little Christmas outfit today with my hat. So welcome. Happy Sunday. Hope you guys had a great weekend. And I'm excited to get into the spirit world and see what spirit has for us today, as always. So welcome. Before we get into everything, let us come back to this moment first. We'll do that through a big, deep breath, and we'll hold it for as long as we feel comfortable. And then a slow exhale, just coming out of the future, coming out of the past, coming to the now, out of the outside world and all the chaos into the moment. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl and bring in more love energy through that as well. So if you want to join me in doing that, let us come back to right now. And again, hold your breath for as long as you feel comfortable. Don't hurt yourself or pass out, please. We like you to have you be here present. So here we go. We'll start with a big, deep breath in and hold. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Excuse me. Now I will hit the singing bowl like 3 times. And you can just imagine this beautiful love energy just flowing in, filling us up, and then flowing out to the world, going into our mind and all our thoughts and stories, into our heart and all of our emotions, into our physical body, into every blood vessel and cell and organ, and then into our energetic body too, all of our chakras, our meridians, our auras, just filling up every piece of us and then flowing out to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet too. And I always mention one of the things we can do always that helps us immediately begin raising our love vibration is gratitude. One thing that we're grateful for right here, right now in this moment. And then as we focus on that sincere gratitude, it opens us up to receive messages from spirit, but also allows us to be this conduit, this magnet that draws those things we're grateful for in even faster and easier. So it's a win-win, win-win-win. All right, so let's begin. I'm not sure how loud these will be. It always varies every time I hit it. So watch your ears and the volume as we do this, and remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Some interesting sounds and today. I haven't heard some of the chirping and it's like almost like there was some sort of code coming through. Interesting. Haven't had that before. It really stood out today though. Interesting. Whoops. Sorry. Little extra chime there. Maybe we have aliens visiting us or something today. I don't know. That was interesting. All right, but welcome everybody. So happy to have you here. I hope you're enjoying your moments as much as you want to. And thank you for being here. I really appreciate all of your love and support. Um, if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. We do have a great group of Zen friends who have huge hearts and great senses of humor. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends. And if you want to know how the whole process works of readings, it's all down in the description box of the video. Basically, free readings are first come, first serve. They're generally 1 to 2 card readings. If anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange, prioritize those, stepping out, and we dive deeper. We go into spilling the tea with Bretta Z. So we pull more cards. And then also, you get a little oracle card as a fortune cookie along just to finish out your reading for donations. And if I'm Sundays are different than my other sessions. Usually I'm on Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, and then also Saturday mornings in addition to today. In those, if I'm 2.5 hours in and I haven't got to any free readings, I do step away from donations to complete at least 30 minutes of free readings. Then I go back to finish out all donations. Sometimes even after I do all that, I finish out free readings too, depending on how many there are and how my energy is. But Sundays, regardless of what happens in my 3 hour session, if I don't finish everything, I do come back in the afternoon. If I don't finish everything in the morning, and make sure everyone gets a message. So Sundays are special that way. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all of the readings completed with timestamps. So if you need to go live life and come back later for the stream, you can just find that pinned comment, find your name, the timestamps there, click on it, takes you right to your reading. You don't have to search for it or nothing. So that's always fun. Very convenient. I think that's all the blah 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 with that. We have a giveaway every new moon and full moon for a 30-minute personal recorded reading for me or Hedge of Peace and Love if you prefer that. And pardon me. If you haven't got into next week's, which is December 19th, here's the link for that. It tells you how to get into the drawing, and it's always in the stream. The most, near giveaway or any giveaways are listed in the description box of each stream. And that way you can be in the know when the winner's announced or when a new drawing is announced too. And if you are, of course, a subscriber, just make sure your alarm bell is set to all. Then you'll get notified when those come out. Also, all of my readings, my virtual readings, my recorded readings, my hedges of peace and love are on sale. They're on special through the end of the year, which can you believe we're like December 14th? We're like halfway through the month already. But if you're interested, I'll change the pricing back. I have it on my calendar to change it on January 2nd. So you even have January 1st if you want to take advantage of any of those pricings. Also, I have a free podcast called The Easier Path. Comes out every 2 weeks. We just had a new one come out this last Thursday, which is The Unicorn of Love. It's like the adventure of searching for the elusive and mysterious love. And so it's a fun podcast where we talk about my own stories, story time with Bretta Zen, and then we look at the human perspective of why the human experiences what it does, the behind the scenes from the higher realms, their perspective on why we experience what we do, and then hints from spirit on how to make it an easier path instead of a harder one, if you wish. There's never any pressure. I learned a lot the hard way in my life, but you don't have to if you don't want to. That's the great choice, right? So, that podcast, this is the most recent podcast I just put in the chat. But in the description box of the video, they have the playlist if you want to catch up or catch that most recent one as well. So I think that's all the skinny on everything. I will be using the Yuletide tarot today because I'm all in the Christmas spirit today, the Yule energy. So we've got that tarot that we'll be using. And then I'll talk about the what oracle we're going to use for the fortune cookie when I get to that there. So let's do some shout outs. And let me make sure I have my list all up to date here as well. So let me start from the bottom here. We do have CJ in the house. Hey, CJ, good to see you. So let's get your free reading on the list here. There we go. And then we have Ashish Bakaran. Hey, Ashish, we got you on the list here too. And we have here Saja. Thank you so much for your donation. You're the only donation right now, so you'll be up first, of course. So good to see you. Thank you for that. And then we have Eagle as well. I got yours here. Hello, hello. And then we have Brenda Globy. So Brenda, thank you. Got your free reading here. We've got a Teshi Singh as well. Got you on here. Hello. Happy Pill. We got you on there as well. Good to see you. And then Faith and Love. You'll be the first free reading up when we get to those. So hello, hello. So we had some more people come in here. Cute deck. Yeah. It's one of my I love these. I think I had them last year and I got them like towards like either after Christmas or whatever, after the Yule. So, I think this is the first year I got to use them. I started using them on, I think right after Thanksgiving because I'm like, I'm going to use these as much as I can during this season. So I'm going to use that there. And we got Summer or Moonlight in the house. Hey, hello, hello. I do see your donation. Thank you for that. You'll be up here after Sanja. Get that. There we go. And we got Olivier Vagata. Hello, good to see you as well. I'm doing well, everybody. Thank you so much. Let me grab here's your free reading. Olivier, there we go. All right, I think we are all set to jump in. So let's take a quick sip. I have some wonderful mango juice, like little protein juice to fill up my little tummy this morning. So yum, yum, yum. It's very sweet tasting. I've got all I got like a little buffet. Got my little coffee heating up over here. I got some hot tea and water too. So I'm prepared if we go into the desert, evidently. All right. So let us grab here. So first up, we do have Sanjay. Here is your timestamp, 1404. Boom, boom, boom. So thank you for the little rainbow unicorn there and your donation. Appreciate that. So, dear Brother Zen, you have communication with Ivan. So, can you tell me what will be in the near future with them? Does he also have communication with other women? All right. Cheers to the Aquarius. All right, let's see what's going on here. So, based on current energies, what's in the near future between you and Ivan here? So, we got those, got these. Like we got that one there. Do you want any of these? Oh, these two down here. All right. We'll scooch those over. And then, of course, does he also have communication with other women's? All right. Got one card for that. We'll take a look here. There is, on the bottom of the deck, the overall energy, we do have the 9 of swords, and the 9 of swords energy is one of it's called the nightmare and insomnia card, but it's a card of facing our fears, kind of reaching this end point where we're like, what are, what are we ready to let go of? We're on the verge, like we're almost exhausted, trying to live up to a lot of expectations and a lot of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's. The 10 is like, I'm done with them, but the 9 is like, I'm almost done. Like, I'm just tired of the feelings that we have with all these when we're, trying to live up to all that, right? So, there is this sense of lessons being brought up. Not lessons feels like so much like work. It's more awareness. I like the word awareness. A lot of awareness being brought around them to free us from them. So I feel like that is kind of an underlying energy. Of course, one of the big ones is: Are they cheating on us? Are they, wandering around? Am I one of many? Am I not enough? All those wonderful things that come up in relationships. Yummy, 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 right? Well, let's look at that first, right? Are they talking to other women? No, Ace of good cheer, Ace of cups. So this feels singular, not multiple. So that's nice to know. Just right off the bat, get that off our minds that, okay, they're really in pursuit of their self love. So any kind of delays or distancing has to do with them spending time on their own heart, which is healthy. So I like that. So good stuff there. And then let us see here. What's the future looking like here? You got 3 cards and then 3 cards, like 3 cards kind of like boom, 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 and then 3 cards, boom, boom, boom. And then you have 3 cards, but it's 1 card with 2 underneath. So an interesting 3-3-3 with a little twist on the third one. So let's see the first 3 cards that came out together. We do have the 5 of Pentacles, which is the fear of being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold, right? Some of that fear of lack energy, which makes sense with the 9 of Swords. We do have the 2 of Swords, that is in here, which the 2 of Swords is an energy of being at a crossroads, questioning our stories, which makes sense with that 9 of Swords on the bottom is understanding that anything that happens in the outside world just is till it gets into our little noggin, our little noodle that has stories. We have a lot of opinion growing up that that stuff is supposed to mean this, but doesn't mean that that's what we have to choose. So the 2 of Swords is the power of story that I get to choose what someone's actions or non-actions mean, what someone's words or silence mean. I get to decide the story. Am I gonna make it mean something about me and my worth? If I want to, I don't it doesn't, that's a lie. But if I want to experience that, there's no right or wrong from spirit standpoint. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes, right? And then yeah, and then the king of good cheer, which is the king of cups that is here. And this does tell me here with, with that 2 of swords right in the middle between lack and then also this kind of who is a dream come true kind of energy. It's like we're understand our definition. So what's going forward here is them doing things that are not matching up to the expectations that we've been told that someone is supposed to be in a relationship or just in life, but specifically in a relationship, how a relationship is supposed to begin, supposed to unfold, supposed to end up, what it's supposed to bring me, who I'm supposed to be. It's a lot of roles, right? A lot of stuff what we have been taught growing up through praise and punishment on what things are supposed to mean. So there is that kind of, uh, great awareness that comes in that, and that's what every relationship is for us, whether it's romantic, friends, family, coworkers, peers at school, whatever. They're all mirrors showing us what we want to see about ourselves, bringing up these old, stories so that we can question and go, is that really the story I want now? I know that's what I've been told growing up, but I have the power to choose the story. So there's a lot of that, kind of clarity that comes in with all this too. So I like that there. So you guys are friends. Well, very good. So, I do like this, um, this energy that's around this. It's about growth, right? The second set of 3 cards, you do have the Page of Canes, Page of Swords, so there is clarity, learning, and growth that come through these. You got the Four of Good Cheer, the Four of Cups, and then the Two of Candles coming in. So here's the power of energy as well. So, we've got the clarity coming in with the Page of Swords, and then the Four of Cups is like bored with the emotion we get from the outside world or discontent with it because it feels empty. Because what our heart, usually the Four of Cups will show someone leaned up against a tree, and then there's 3 cups in front of them. They're kinda bored with it. They're kind of like, "Is that it?" And then the Ace of Cups is being offered, from, this other side over here, um, which is, the Ace of Cups that we got for their energy about other people, which is our what we're looking for, this fulfillment comes from within, not from the outside. And the more we look to the 3 cups of the outside world, which are relationships, situations, and things, taught that those things are supposed to fill us up, but then they don't. We're like, what's going on? But it turns us inward and upward where we do find, that type of energy that's there. So I like that, that this awareness is what I focus on with my energy is what I draw in, right? So if I focus on, I want something with them, I push it away. If I focus on gratitude for who they are and what we do have, that grows, right? So whenever we start focusing, again, this goes back to that lack energy. I focus in that I need something, I want something, I fear I won't have something. Our energy is what draws it pulses out and it draws what we're being in each moment is what we draw toward us, right? So what's great is that gratitude and unconditional love and different things are a higher vibration, more powerful. So one moment of gratitude counters 1,000 moments or 10,000, 100,000 moments of lower vibration, fear and doubt and different things, which we're very grateful for, that it's not one for one because God, we would be having such miserable lives with how we're drawn into fears, right? But just one little is so powerful for us. And this is what that Two of Wands is telling us is that if I focus on like the lack and trying to get fulfilled from the outside world and the fear of that, then I do push things away. So being aware of the energy, is that's present there, right? And then the third stack here, we do have Father Christmas, which is the Hermit card. So they are pretty much to themselves here with this energy. It's kind of answering some of your questions that you're popping up there. And sorry, I'm focusing on your reading. I'm not try not to read the chat so much while I'm doing a reading. I'm just trying to bring the messages through first, but it feels like they're answering you as we're going along anyway, because he feels like very introverted, like they like their alone time, and I feel like they're kind of on this inner, kind of, um, journey. Below the surface, yeah, we got the Hanged Man too, which is this energy of transformation and cocooning, and then the Lightning Tree, the Tower card too. So it does feel here, um, I mean, especially this last one with 3 major arcana, the Hermit, the Tower, and the Hanged Man. The Tower, the Lightning Tree, as they call it here, is about them having had something be removed out of their life to make space for something that's more in alignment with them to open up their path to go forward, in energy here. So it feels like they've had kind of a loss, probably within the last 9 months, maybe earlier, maybe 6 to 9 months, but whatever this was that suddenly left their life has got them in this really reflective type of energy So I don't feel like they're a player. I don't feel like they're out, especially with that Ace of Cups. They're really focusing on self love and realizing with this thing that happened, it's really got them that in that reflective energy. Even the bottom of the deck with the Nine of Swords, that nine energy is this it's the hermit energy. So it's like really a lot of self reflection on fears and beliefs and definitely with the hangman, it's like transformational energy of like hanging upside down like a caterpillar in a cocoon, kind of going through that. Yeah, and even the high priestess on the bottom of the deck after I removed that nine of swords, which is about stepping away, going to the high temple, trying to gain clarity, trying to communicate with spirit, and dive deep into the emotions as well. Oh, very good. Yeah. So that's in alignment. So seems like they're sharing the truths there. So I like that. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. We're going to be using today this feral psychic energy here. And they're beautiful. They're little on the back of the cards. They've got these. So I'm like, going, wow, just them alone here. So let's shuffle these up. See what your fortune cookie is. See what we got going on. All right. So, what would they like you to know? What else? These are short little ones here. Okay, no, they don't want any of those. What else? To round out your reading here, right? This is the one. And you have blameless. I love that. Beautiful card there. Feathers and a crystal. Says, when you always point the finger, you give away the wand. Blame is a leash that ties your power to someone else's behavior. Cut it. Wow, I love that. And this is that energy of the Nine of Swords too, because we have so much of our, like we were talking about, we define ourselves by this outside world, right? We've got this energy of when I define myself by someone's, actions or non-actions, words or silence, I give my power, I give my wand away because I'm like, oh, I'm at the whim of the outside world. Whatever happens out there defines me. When we turn inward and upward and we find that solid foundation of our worth on the inside, then the world just is. But I am sitting in this stable energy of defining myself by eternal, unconditional love. Because eternal, never ending, unconditional, no conditions. It only takes one condition to make something conditional, right? So unconditional means I don't have to do anything to earn it, and there's nothing I can do to lose it. So when my foundation of my worth is in that, then I realize I'm priceless and that I don't end up on a kind of a clearance rack, if I define myself by the outside world that's coming in there, right? Yeah. Well, and this is the you get to decide if you're gonna be okay or not, right? Anything in the outside world doesn't define you, that power of your story. Will you be okay? My opinion is you're always gonna be okay. We are always okay. Uh, it's just is that the story that we wanna put on it, right? Because we are always perfectly okay. We just have stories that tell us, "Oh, but if that happens, that means I'm not okay." If you wanna believe that, enjoy that experience, but it's not true. We're always perfect. We're always in the perfect experience, always in the perfect adventure, but we sometimes put scary stories on things and go, "Ooh," you know? It's like if you ever they're showing me, like I remember one time it's a memory they're bringing back to me. I woke up in the middle of the night and I looked at my doorway to my room and I was like, someone's standing there. And for a moment I was like scared, right? um, and then as my eyes focused, I was like, oh, that's right. I hung up my bathrobe to dry in the doorway. And so it was like, "Oh, I'm fine." It was just a scary story for a moment, right? So, I like that. Yeah, it's precious to you. That's great. You know, everything is for us. That's something that we can trust. Everything is for us, and I feel like with that 9 of swords, this is a time for you to face fears. Like, you know, what's the thing you fear the most? And face that and just think through it. Go, let's say the worst thing is that they would die or that they or not even that. Sometimes we prefer someone would pass away than choose to be with someone else instead of us, right? So the worst thing is like that I'm not enough. That's the story, right? And then go, wait a minute. If they don't choose me, does that mean anything about me? I get to face that fear, transform it, and then I don't have to have that fear anymore with them or a lot of other things too. So I like that. So that's what the message is for now. They're kind of like, we're not gonna they don't wanna go down that route. They're like, they want you to really, come into the awareness because that's gonna free you instead of fearing an ending. The more we're grateful for about what we have, then that grows. But if I fear it's gonna end, my energy says, "You know what? I'd like this to end because I enjoy feeling fear." Okay, well, the universe supports us 100% in whatever our energy is putting out because they know that this is just an illusion. This is just an adventure. It's, you know, we're eternal beings. We don't die. So uh, they're like, if you want to experience that on the playground, you can experience that, but it doesn't change who you are. It just is an experience. Absolutely. Many blessings to you. Thank you again. Love you too. Hang in there. All right. So we had some more people come in. Let me do some shout outs. Make sure my list is all up to date here. So we do have Ankita Moore. Hey, Ankita. Thank you for your donation. We'll add you on to the list here. We've got Moonlight up next, and then you'll be up after them. Very good. And then we've got Gene XO. Hello, Gene. Good to see you. Let's grab your timestamp here. Not your timestamp, your question. Put you on the list here. And we also have Salama. Hopefully, I'm saying that close to correct. Probably not. My apologies. All right. We got you on the list as well. Good to see you. Okay. And I think that is it for the new ones. All right. So let's continue on the readings here. So we've got Moonlight or Summer as your ideas here. And thank you for that. Wait for it sticker. And thank you for the donation. So you want to know, how will your first day at your new job be tomorrow? And what's coming for you for this week? Anything spirit needs you to know. All right. Take a look here. Shuffle these up. Take another sip of this mango. Yum yum. It is thick. Good stuff. It'll keep my stomach from growling out loud. All right. Excuse me. So, based on your current energies, how is your first day at work go tomorrow? Very good. What's coming for you this week? Right. We got that here. That was underneath. And then anything else that's important for you to know this week? Okay. Nope, not those. All right. Very good. Bottom of the deck, you have the 10 of good cheer, which is the 10 of cups, which is joy, joy, joy. Feels like a very happy energy type of week. Of course, it's always available to us. There's joy in every second if we want to see it. Um, there's also fear and lower vibration in every moment if we want to see that. There's no wrong choice. It's all about adventure, right? But I like that. They're like, be of good cheer. This is a week full of joy. So I like that. How does your work day, first day at work tomorrow look like? Well, 2 of canes, 2 of swords. There is the power of story coming in. Here, all this power of choice energy already. Under the surface, you do have the 7 of swords, which 7 of swords is being aware of our own mindsets that can cheat us out of experiences. And so I feel like it's important for you to be very gentle with yourself, not feel like you have to know everything already, that you're learning, you'll learn the processes, so be gentle and be open-minded to a little bit of, just know that um as things as you learn things and people teach you things, yeah, you're going to see some things are not gonna make sense, right? Because your new eyes coming in. Some people have been doing the same thing over and over and over again, and they haven't ever questioned it because it's just been the way it's always been, kind of things coming in. So if you're like, um, "I got some great ideas on how we can make things better and do things differently and make it more, um" I don't know, easier and smoother and, more. It's like, wait on that. Just take note of it to bring it up later after you understand the full picture. You've been working in there for, a few weeks. Then you can start going, "Hey, I was noticing we do it this way. Is there a reason why we do it that way and not this way?" And instead of going, "You know what's stupid? We do that. We should do it this way," be more asking than doing this, and I feel like that's an important piece of that, but also the 2 of swords is about, my power of story that every moment I get to choose what this means, and we can choose joy, that bottom energies. There's joy in each moment if we want, or we can choose the other. Of course, if we choose lower vibration, we're gonna have lower vibration experiences. It's like, if I want joyful experiences, I focus on joy, right? So I feel like that's an important energy there. And then what was the other thing? Is what's coming for you this week? You have two separate things here. You have the Hermit card and the Ace of Cups. So you have some alone time to focus on your self love here with the Ace of Cups. So I like that. It's an important energy, right? To realize that my experiences, um, in life are all a reflection of my love. So everything in the outside world is a mirror pointing back to me how I feel about myself. So when I'm with myself and I have my hermit, you know, it's like I can reflect and go, okay, what did I learn today or learn in this moment? I feel like it's an important reflection energy that comes in because I feel like you get some great ahas during the week if you do that. You also have the Justice card and the 5 of Canes. So there's a lot of clarity of mind that comes in this week too. And I like this because it's like this conflict energy of the 5 of Swords, the 5 of Canes is, the more we interact with people, the more kind of conflict comes up because we all don't do things the same. As we spend time alone, we have this peace because we're only really dealing with us. But when you start dealing with other people, you realize, wow, people all act differently and they're all at different places in their life and they all have different perspectives. And it brings a lot of stuff to us here. But the justice card is allowing us to see things from a different perspective and we learn and grow through it too. So I like that. Would you say here? Yeah, it'll probably will be a mess. Yeah, if that's what you wanna experience, yeah. You'll definitely experience it as a mess if you'd like. Working, in a gift store in the days before Christmas, yeah, wonderful, right? Think everyone will be a little stressed. So, those are the stories, right? And so if you have a story, it's gonna be a mess, people are gonna be stressed. Guess what you get to experience? Exactly that. If you look at joy and go, "You know what? It's before Christmas. Everyone's gonna be full of joy um, and excitement. There's gonna be so much love that's gonna be flowing. Guess what you get to experience? That. And that's the wonderful thing I feel like you learned this week is when I believe this, this is what I experience. When I believe something else, it's what I experience. That's our power. So I really like that. And always your self-love. Where is your hero? Who is going to wipe off your feet? What? All right. Let's see here what else Spirit wants you to know. Um, yeah, what else would they feel is important for you to know for this week? Yep. So you got the mistletoe, the lover's card, which is the power of emotional choice. You've got the death card, death and rebirth energy. Well, two major arcana here. It's like putting an end to the old ways of choosing to feel and think and look at the new ways, kind of in here too. And you've got the Knight of Candles. So here again, movement of energy. I feel like this week is going to go by fast. Um, but also it's what, this is the quest of stepping into your power. So I really feel like you get to put a lot of what you've been learning into practice into the outside world, dealing with all these individuals. You do have the 8 of gifts. That's funny that you're working in a gift store. So it is all about work, 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 work this week. That's coming in here. So you definitely have that. um, do the work, you get the reward, but I feel like you're just like busy, 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 busy. The Knight of Wands does tell us here it flies by so quick. Um, but I feel like the reflection um, at the end of the week, you'll look back and go, wow, I learned a lot and I would have handled this differently a year ago. Look how much you've grown. So I feel like there's that reflection kind of energy in there too. See what your fortune cookie brings in here from the Feral, the Feral Psychic Oracle. See what else they have here. What else for Moonlight for this fun week? Unapologetic. Beautiful card here that says, stop apologizing for your power, your voice, your dreams, or your truth. You don't need permission to be exactly who you are. I love it. Unapologetically me. Gonna be me. All right, so that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. And have a fun week at work. Yay, yay, yay. All right. So up next, we will have Ankita. We got Rocky Mountain Deb. Hey, Deb, thank you for your donation. You'll be up after Ankita. And then Crescent Moon in the house as well. Hello, hello. And so you'll be up after Deb times 2. So we'll dive in there. And then we got Jazz. Hey, Jazz. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Oh, ADHD, yeah. Yeah, right? So you're like, "Yeah, yeah." You thrive in activity, go, 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 go. As long as it's small little things, you like to get those done. If it's a big, long project and you keep getting interrupted, it's like, What's happening?" But I love it. Good stuff, very possible for you, if that's what you want to experience, right? So I like it. All right. So let's keep jumping back in here. So next we have Ankita. Here is your timestamp here. And thank you for your sticker and your donation. So you said your boyfriend hasn't texted you and instead has changed their Instagram password and logged you out. What's happening? Oh, so you had their password before, and now they've reset it. All right, let's take a look and see what's going on here with this energy here. All right. What is happening? What does Spirit want you to know here? Right, we've got that. We've got these. What else? Oh, that on the bottom. What else? And these three. All right, what do we have here? Bottom of the deck, we do have the Ace of Cups. Ace of Cups. We'll get more details on this here, but Ace of Cups is about self-love primarily. It is about happy energy. Um, so we'll get more details as we dive in here and see what this is all about here. Um, so first up here we have the Justice card. So this is the Libra energy and a lot of clarity coming in around relationships, seeing things from a different perspective, balancing things out, cutting away fears. So clarity around relationship is here. Let's see what more that's kind of I know vague, but it is very focused in here on I feel like their energy is a lot about I need to understand what's going on in my heart and what do I want from a relationship or relationships, not specifically. This doesn't feel like from our relationship, just kind of a reflection of what do I want from relationships. We also have, yeah, the High Priestess, which is some alone energy, and the Six of Gifts, Six of Pentacles. And this energy, the High Priestess does step away, goes into their high priestess temple to connect to the upper realms, look behind the veil, dive into their emotions, understand what's going on. The uh, Six of Pentacles is looking at my codependent tendencies or my overgiving tendencies, where, what am I giving? What am I receiving in relationship? And why do I feel I have to give so much to deserve so little? A lot of internal kind of reflective energy that's coming in here. Um, so let's see what else is coming in. What is this all about here? Yeah, even the Hanged Man, cocooning, transformation, trying to understand themselves a bit here, and we'll see what these other 3 cards are. But so far, all of this feels very, you know, inward focused because I'm trying to understand what's going on with me. So resetting my password would be like, I want my privacy, I want my control over my life. And it's that kind of that pulling in energy that's there. And that makes sense why they're not communicating a little too. But let's see what else these other 3 cards are, just more clarity. We have the Queen of Candles, Queen of Wands. Again, this is like very reflective energy, almost like High Priestess, but a bit much more fire. We got Ace of Canes, Ace of Swords energy, which is like the Justice card, trying to find clarity, trying to see things differently, trying to understand. And then the Six of Candles, this energy of movement with the Six of Wands, of it's victory, but it's also flowing of energy and wanting to just I feel like they're in this place of feeling stagnant in their life, not just with you specifically or anything like that. It just feels like I need something more. Why is my life feeling like stagnant and empty when I have all this stuff? And I feel like they're kind of in this pulling back, reflective, going, what do I want? I don't feel like there's, someone else that's got their attention. I feel like it's more internal focused, a step back from everything in life to understand what is it that I'm doing? I need to know what I want to invest my energy in. That Queen of Wands is I know when I put my energy into something, I can make things happen, but I don't know where I want to go and what I want to do. And so they're kind of just evaluating a lot of things in their life and trying to more get out of their head and into their heart to see what's happening here. So big reflective energy. um, that's coming in on their side. Um, and so they are in that I need to be alone energy, not to be alone with someone else, but to be alone with themselves to understand. So that's a big piece of what is happening here. I don't feel like they've made any decisions or anything. I feel like they're just kind of, I need a moment. I need a moment to breathe and I need to feel like I'm in control of my life. And that's why, resetting passwords or doing things to make sure that they're, you know, um, safe and in control kind of energy. The fortune cookie is radical hope. I love that. Which says, in a world littered with chaos and darkness, choosing hope is the wildest form of rebellion. It's funny that that is Aquarius energy, the hope card um, is the star card in the major arcana, which is Aquarius energy. And the rainbow is actually the Aquarian, like when you look at like astrology. And it's like, what color is Aquarius's color? It's the rainbow. I know I'm an Aquarius sun, so I know a little bit more about Aquarius, but it is the rainbow, and it's about rebellion and thinking in different ways. The you know the current ways aren't working for me. What will bring me hope? What will, do that? So that's the kind of energy that they're in. So I'd just give them their space. Use this time to reflect on what fears are bubbling up within you. What kind of reflection can you do while they're reflecting? You're like, oh, good mirror. They're doing this. Let me look at the same for me and see what's going on. So that's, I feel like, is what they would have you know right now. So hang in there, my dear. I know this is always fun adventures, right? So much love to you. All right. So thank you again for your donation. All right, Jazz, and I got you onto the free list as well. Very good. All right. And then Deb, you are up for your donation. Thank you so much for that. Let me get you your timestamp here. And good morning to you. It's snowing. Oh, I'm so jealous. We're gonna have a seasonal high today and tomorrow, I think. We're already at 55 degrees and sunny here today. Tomorrow's even warmer. I think we're gonna be in the 60s Fahrenheit the rest of this week, which is good because we have a trip to Denver on Wednesday. So I'm like, oh, good. Only 10% chance of any precipitation and warmth, which is good for travel. All right. So let's take a look here, Deb. You'd like an oracle for today. Oh, okay. Let's take a look. I don't have any oracle over here. I feel like I want to go to this one here. We've got the Guides of the Hidden Realms Oracle coming in here. Big old moon on here. So let's see what your Guides of the Hidden Realms want you to know. All right. So what for Deb? All right, there we go. Put this over there, and you got, ooh, beautiful green. A way out of the weeds. Beautiful green energy, it says. A clear way out, multitasking, getting organized. Card number 37. Ending and beginning energy of the 10 with the 3 plus 7 there. So the key concepts are an end to struggle, getting organized, letting go of overwhelm and distractions, a clear way out, stuck in the mud, confusion, lost, the negative effects of multitasking. Hey! Let's see, it would snow a foot and you'd be shoveling in a t-shirt the next day. Oh, in Colorado, yeah. Yeah, it's true. I actually remember when we had a huge blizzard where we got, like, I think it was, like, how much would that be? Like 4 or 5 feet of snow, and, um, and so it was, like, packed, and, couldn't even see the cars, drifts went over the cars, and the next day, I was out almost in shorts. It was so warm out, shoveling snow. That's what happened. It's beautiful. So your message says, "Some days you feel confused and stuck, like you're in a marsh, lost in the weeds. There's no way out in sight, and you can't break free of this predicament. Struggling and pushing, however, will get you nowhere. You must do the opposite of what you want to do. Relax instead." Can you remember your partnership with spirit and ask for divine help? Pray for clarity and the weeds to part. If you could stand up and see from a higher perspective, you would notice things you missed while struggling down in the weeds. The big picture is where you need to place your attention now. Don't let yourself get trapped in the mud and weeds of other people's drama and gossip either. Spirit knows the way out, and if you trust the path will be shown to you, it surely will. Keep your head high, then take it one step at a time. When I do Christmas cards. Oh, you're so funny. The reversal says, "Don't get so caught up in the minutia of life that you lose sight of the bigger picture. Overwhelmed by too much information and all the things that need doing, you end up spinning out and not doing much well." We're taught that multitasking is a great skill, but often it creates more problems than the ones we're trying to solve. Today is the end of your struggle. You're going to choose only one thing to focus on right now before moving on to the next task or goal. It's a good idea to organize your responsibility by importance and urgency. What can be done later or perhaps not at all? Don't forget to ask for Spirit's help. In the end, everything will have to be magically done in perfect order and timing. This is also an invitation for you to take a temporary media diet. Stay off social media completely for at least a day or two. Watch or read only high level news to stay informed if you must. In this way, you unplug from the frenetic energy that is exacerbating the overwhelm. You will return to your center when you allow yourself to quiet down. It's funny because that's when I read the weeds of other people's drama and gossip, I thought of news. That's funny. So I love that. So that's what they have there for you. Let me put that back over here. So what your fortune cookie brings in too, will give you a feral psychic. Yeah, not getting anything done. Little at a time. Yeah, connect to your higher self. What's urgent? What's important? Let me connect with spirit, right? Nope, none of those. Let's see what we got here. And for your fortune cookie, oh, there it goes. Wow, you got love medicine. Is that a snake? You've tried being strong, smart, guarded, and self reliant, but there's a part of you that just needs to be held. Let that part be found by love. Wow. That part of you that just needs to be held. That's funny because your next, I did, I don't know if you got it, just to make sure. I did send your next uh, Hedge email this morning. The next one will be about your emotional inner child, who is the one that needs to be held. So fun, fun. So that's what they have for you, Deb Deb. So cheers to you. Last of my mango juice. We'll put that over here. out of the way, and we'll start on my coffee here next. Yay! Very good. All right, my dear. Well, enjoy getting done whatever you choose to get done today. All right, many blessings to you. All right. And then Ankita, I'll grab your free reading. Let me get you on the list here. For that, we'll check into that. And Carmel Daimon, hello, hello. Good to see you. Very cool. All righty. So we will continue on here. I think I sent you the correct email. This was your was today your mental body, right? Well, that's I guess that is your teenage self, 7 to 14, right? Yeah, your physical body is also your teenage self. That's the one from more of your teenage self from 14 to 21, right? All those wonderful teenage years. Fun, fun. All right. Love you too. Have fun. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll be going on Wednesday. Yeah, okay, that's perfect. I'm like, "Oh, wait a minute. Was I multitasking? I chose the wrong one? No, no." All right. All right, Crescent Moon, you are up times 2, so thank you for your dual donations here. Here's your first coming up here, so thank you for your, first donation and your third eye, private eye. You love that. Yeah, I chose to go with black and white because I wear a lot of black T-shirts and stuff, and I'm like, "Oh, I think I'm gonna get that this year." Uh, so this is my Christmas hat, my holiday hat. I got my black tourmaline on too to help transmute energies, and black is the presence of all color in art. So it's kind of like white in science. It's a prism that holds all color. Black is that and that's interesting with the contrasting black and white that both of them hold all color, which is interesting. Anyway, little tidbit. So let's dive in here for number 1, a reading on the Sagittarius for the middle and end of December. I know, right? Can you believe it? We're in the middle of December right now. It's crazy. Hello, hello. Ah, very good. Ah, very cool. Yeah, I got this little drop, so I'm going to start wearing it as well. Carry it with me everywhere. Help transmute the energy around us. Use the magic. All right, let's see here. What's going on with the Sagittarius for right now, the middle of December? What's going on? Okay, we go boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. All right. And then the end of December are these. All right. 3 and 3 and 3 and 3. All right. Well, good to know. So it's unfolding. Let me just get these situated. It's very balanced energy. 3 and 3, and then 3 and 3 on underneath those too. And in the middle, we've got the 6 of candles, 6 of wands, which is movement. Again, balanced energy. Underneath that, 7 of wands, which is being true to their authentic self. This progression going from 6 to 7, and even the 6 of cups underneath that, something to do with childhood energy that's coming in here too. So they've got this whole balancing kind of things happening here. And I hadn't seen this, but the 6 of wands, the 6 of candles, this Christmas parade energy, I'm getting flashes of, like, um, childhood memory of and I feel like they're kind of reflecting on some childhood memories right now in thinking about the what this was a good memory I had as a child. We were able to go to the Macy's Day Parade or something like that, when I was younger. That's one of the big, wonderful things I remember around Christmas. I feel like they're having some Christmas kind of flashbacks. Maybe they drank some spiked eggnog, I don't know. But I feel like that's kind of energy going on in this progression type of energy, stepping into being true to myself. I'm gonna do what I wanna do. I have some good memories. I feel like I'm in a good place. I'm gonna do what I want, kind of energy. So I like that for them. That's just underlying energy. Right now for mid-December, the 3 cards here, let me back out of this other thing. There we go. We've got the death card. So there's this death and rebirth energy that they're experiencing right now, along with the Knight of Gifts, the Knight of Pentacles. They're on a little bit of a quest here of looking at their worth differently, and they're going about it kind of slow. And they got the Ace of Gifts. Yeah, Ace of Pentacles. So right now and this matches that energy underneath, there is this rebirth, that letting go of the old me, creating the new me, and it has to do with how I'm defining myself and how I'm changing from defining myself by the outside world to my inside world. And so there is a bit of standing more truer to my authentic self instead of feeling like I'm a failure or shrinking. That's that 7 of wands is I'm like the sun. I'm not asking permission to shine. I'm not dimming my light. I'm not going to defend my decisions. I'm going to do what I want to do kind of energy. Underneath all of that, we've got, yep, hermit wanting to be by themselves. Screw the holiday. Bah, humbug, screw the holidays. No, not like that. Justice, yeah, balancing, seeing things differently, cutting away fears, especially around relationships with people. And the king of good cheer, yeah, balancing of the head and heart. So right now in the middle of December, it just feels like there is this balanced kind of approach to things. I'm not being so drawn out to the outside world. I'm making some adjustments and changes, I feel, in how I approach things. Like, they're reminding me of the when I announced to my family that this year, I'm not doing any Christmas presents except because I still had nieces, my 2 nieces and my nephew. Um, they were still under, like, 18. And I said, "Except for the kids." I go, "For the kids, I'm gonna do this, but for adults, Christmas cards are it, please, I don't want gifts and stuff because all we're doing is because I lived out of state, all we're doing is sending gift cards." And then our money's tied up in these gift cards for that store. You have to use it there. Um, and instead of just sending money to each other, why don't you guys keep the money, spend it on what you want, but if you want loving wishes, do this, da da da. And it was like, whoa. They were like, well, we're still going to send you something because they weren't ready to break break the rules of no presents at Christmas. There was, that kinda change, and I feel like that's what they're kinda going through is I'm not gonna do these things. I'm choosing for me, and it's that empowerment kind of energy that's happening. That's interesting. And then for the end of December, based on current energies, we've got the 8 of Canes, 8 of Swords, which is letting go of a lot of long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that made me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small, powerless. So there's some big changes. 9 of Gifts, 9 of Pentacles. This is like the Hermit energy. So again, this desire to be away from everyone and everything kind of energy. And the 9 of candles, yeah, 9 of wands, kinda like this forest field. All these 9s, I feel like they're in this, "I'm gonna do things more alone during this season instead of being drug out into all of this activity." I feel like they're just wanting to it's and I don't feel like sometimes I know with ADHD, overstimulation is like, "Whoa, I need to be away," but this feels more empowerment from the inside that I want to choose this for me. Interesting. Below the deck on this one, yeah, they got the Hanged Man wanting to step back like a cocoon for transformation, and I feel like this is part of their transformation is I need to be alone to be able to really sit with myself and not get distracted by all of this activity and drama. Yeah. 5 of Cups, transforming, emotion from sorrow and lower vibration to higher vibration and letting some emotions go. Some and I feel like there's a little bit of sorrow because you do mourn kind of the old, but you've been doing things a lot the same, hoping to recreate old emotion from when you were younger, and you realize it hasn't. It hasn't brought me that. It's actually, draining me instead. So it's like this conscious choice of how I'm investing my emotional energy, but more so the expectations that I had around Christmas party, Christmas get-togethers, this or that, New Year's Eve, and different things that realizing the clarity for what it really brought me and what it didn't, and going, "Yeah, kind of mourning over what I wish things would have been all these years and they weren't, but it's kinda like I'm letting it go." It's almost like having an illusion that a parent or parents were supposed to be something and not admitting it to yourself, kinda knowing it, but not admitting it that, they weren't the best source of, Christmas spirit or whatever, right? But we're like, "No, no, no. I'm remembering when we went to the parade. I'm remembering this." So it's about celebrating what they did experience that they loved when they were younger, but getting really real about who someone is and who someone isn't, and being really honest with themselves. And the world card, yeah. So ending of major cycle, beginning of new adventure, freeing themselves again from a lot of expectations and stories from the past. So it does feel like they're in a bit of a um, super reflective energy here and wanting to be more true to themselves by the end of December. So I like that they're making choices of not doing what they've always done, not going to celebrate together in this big party and of Christmas and New Year's Eve, even going, you know what? I'm going to go do something different, you know, and because I think we had something before they're bringing back to me that seeing the friendships more clearly that they had, that how I wouldn't say like they're all shallow, but they're not as deep as, again, this reality of things aren't the way I was pretending them to be because I needed them to be that, but now I don't need them to be that. So I'm seeing things more clearly. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what the fortune cookie has for this period of time for them here. Okay. From the feral psychic, we got ancient roots. Yeah. Your soul chose this lineage for a reason. You carry not just their pain, but the power to transmute it. Hello. How perfect of a card is that, right? There is this energy of the roots of the family and getting to that. And transmuting that energy. So I like that. Sorry, itchy, itchy, itchy. I'm not used to wearing a hat. This has some itchy material underneath it. All right. Got to scratch the itch. All right. So we'll go on to your second one here in a sec. Hey, Carmel, thank you for your question. We'll add that on to the free list here. And we've got Yati. Hello, Yati. Good to see you. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing that close ish. All right. Very good. I'm glad that that resonates there. All right. And then for number two, we've got 11539. Yes. All right. So here's for your second one. Thank you for your additional donation. Oh, and Deb, I did not give yours a love and a like. How rude. All right. So let's take a look here. For number two, the reading on the Sagittarius in January and an energy check on Sag and you with communication as always. Oh, absolutely. And let's see here. I think this is hot. Yep, I can see steam. Cheers, cheers to you. Yum, yum. Got some lovely hazelnut coffee with some zero sugar caramel macchiato creamer. Yum, yum, yum. Perfect. All right, let's take a look here. See what's going on with the Sagittarius here. Okay, they want that one in January. What else? What else? Got these like step-by-step energies here. Okay, and then the communication between the two of you here. These below the surface here. All right. So what we got? What do we got happening here? So the bottom of the deck for them, look at this again, the 6 of swords. So they got all these sixes. Definitely are in this movement and this change energy. And so for the Sagittarius in January, 6 of swords is like leaving old ways of thinking behind, seeing things from a different perspective. And with the change of mindsets, it brings change in the outside world too. So there is a movement and change that's they're implementing. And we'll see what all these is because we've got 4 sets of 2 cards, 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. So there's these steps being made. The first card that came out before it all here, we do have the Page of Gifts, Page of Pentacles. So there is this feeling of abundance, and this is an energy of also one of those looking at their worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way as well. So I do feel like there's this feeling like I'm stepping up in the world and that I'm making some change, especially in the outside world with the Pentacle suit. One of the first steps I feel they're taking here are these 2 cards. We got the 6 of Gifts and the Ace of Candles. So Ace of Wands, new passion, new initiation into here's another 6 of Pentacles, right? Another 6. But this is about around their giving and receiving energy. I just feel like they're extra enthused in January about pursuing their abundance, pursuing the balancing of the scales. But it feels more of an energy of I'm doing things that make me feel abundant and not so much what everyone else has been telling me I need to do to feel abundant. So again, there's this movement, this change energy in this. I know what I want to do now kind of energy, but we'll see. What else is here? The next steps are the sun and the 8 of good cheer. Yeah. Very much there's this victory energy, the inner child energy, the 8 of cups. There's a lot of emotional release with this combination. The Eight of Cups being about walking away from emotions that don't serve me anymore, but also a lot of clarity and brightness around relationships that didn't serve me anymore and that I'm walking away from. I feel a bit of being okay and even realizing already like this uh, positive, what they perceive as a positive impact on their life for like walking away from relationships that didn't serve them anymore. And they're realizing my acid reflux is gone or something like that, right? It's like my stomach's not as upset as it usually is. I'm feeling different. I'm feeling healthier, right? And in a lot of ways, mentally, emotionally, and physically. But the physical, I feel, um, is an interesting piece of it because I feel like that's how they notice of, wow, I didn't need to refill my acid reflux meds because I didn't need them as much because they're as needed, and I didn't as need them as much. It's like something like that kicking in. Interesting. What else? We got the King of Canes and the King of Gifts. Wow. Yeah, King of Swords and the King of Pentacles. So a lot of clarity, a lot of, you know, especially around worth and abundance with that King of Pentacles ruling out, the pentacle outside world energies. But this feeling of abundance and clarity around it, the King's really energy is really standing out because this is I'm the one in control. And I do feel like during that, this is what they're feeling like I'm the one in charge of my life. It's like I've taken my power back. I realize I'm the king in kingdom. All this time I was listening to the advisors and being the wuss, the wussy king. Well, yeah, we'll do that. What do you want? Okay, that's what we're gonna do. This is them. you know, off with their heads. No, not that bad, but they're very much in control and feeling the power of self empowerment kind of energy, like stepping into the birthright of I'm the one rolling over my life. And then the last set of two for them is the two of gifts and the four of good cheer. Yeah, a lot of clarity that comes in this power of choice for the outside world. And the Four of Cups, of course, is the stagnancy and realizing on one hand, I could always do all this, but I want something new. I want something different. And so they're really juggling. They've been doing a lot of mental work, a lot of emotional work, a lot of energetic work. But and I feel like this is more towards the end of January, they're realizing not so much that they're realizing, because everything that they've realized in story and emotion and energy then is making its way out to the outside world because 'cause they're realizing, "All right, now I know I'm aligned on the inside, my outside world starts to change," which comes back to that 6 of, um, swords, which is when the mindset changes, eventually it makes its way to the outside world. So a lot of change that they're initiating, and this could be a lot to do with the physical world, so I feel like it can be for, like, job and, where I'm living, what I'm driving. I'm trading in my car for something else. I'm turning in the lease, and I'm gonna buy this, Volkswagen Jetta that I always wanted growing up that everyone said was stupid idea, and I am gonna get the sunroof, and I am gonna get this because this is stuff that I always wanted that I was like, "No, no, that's, frivolous and blah, blah, blah." But there's a lot of that kinda change, happening in, externally. Now, connection-wise with you, we got the Knight of Pentacles. Slowest moving night out of them all. Just realized my little hat is shedding. The tinsel of the tree, right? But so I feel like it is slow and they're focusing on with this Knight of Pentacles, they're kind of focusing in on their self-worth, right? So I feel like it is a bit slow movement of communication. Let's see what this means. Below the surface, yeah, we've got a death and rebirth energy below the surface, which again, they're going through this transformation. So I feel like they're a bit silent with things in the outside world in January. And below the surface of that, we do have the full card, which is the beginning of new adventures, and the Five of Swords, which is the conflict between the head and the heart. And I feel like this is kind of like this end of conflict that's happening. So I'm just going to grab a quick, based on current energies, tell us about the communication and connection. What, of course, based on this screenshot, what we looking at as far as timing? All right, thank you. And got the Magician. We've got August 23rd to September 22nd, which is Mercury energy. What's August 23rd? September. That's Virgo season, isn't it? August 23rd. Yeah, to September 22nd. That's Virgo. So I don't know. I feel like with this magician energy, because this is about communication and attraction with love, but why August 23rd to September 22nd? This feels more, it's interesting because I always look at the magician as Aquarius energy, which really it's not, it's Mercury. But because the full card is Aquarius season energy, um, so I would look at this more as January 23rd. Oh yeah, because that would be Aquarius season. January 23rd to February 22nd, I feel like is more that energy here. But there is confusion with all of that. It's funny, it's the throat chakra too, speaking the truth of things here. Um, but it is them stepping into their power that's coming in here. And the magician tells us that depending on our energy, as always, too, also influences. It's not just the Sagittarius's energy, but what I'm focusing on. So, if I go into just a good reminder that my energy is what rolls over my experience and what feels like my timing. And so the more I focus on what I'm grateful for in the interactions I have with them, and if I'm not having interactions with them now, the ones I have had, what do I love about them? What am I truly grateful for, right? That draws it in sooner versus me focusing on want or need or fear, if there's any of that there. Could be subconscious too, but it's pushing, it further away. So I do feel like it based on current energies, there is that awareness that if I focus on gratitude, then not on that's the conflict between the head and the heart. The head going, it should be this, the heart going, I'm so grateful for that, kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here for you as well. Funny, I do look like a little elf with this t-shirt on, don't I? Well, we got talk about bad blood. It's a Taylor Swift song, right? Says, you may think you're over it, but the resentment is still writing scripts in your subconscious. So something to look at there, is there some hurt that's below the surface that we're not conscious of, something that we push down, something that we might have think that we've already dealt with? Is there something like an old actions that happened that feels like either something they did that we have resentment for or something we did that we feel guilty about? There's some looking at our subconscious coming in there. Interesting. You are very welcome. All right. So that's what they have for you right now, Chris. I mean, thank you again. A festive third eye, private eye. You're so funny. Juicy tea from Bretta Z. I love it. So, hey, Jojo, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. I'll get you on the list here. You will be up next. And then Deb, we will circle back around here and see what we've got going on with that one there, too. See, did I miss anyone else coming in here? Salama, sip, sip. Absolutely. All right, very good. All right, let's take a sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Num, num, num. All right. So, Jojo, you're at 131.06. Cheers. So, juicy tea about if GK wanted you to go to his concert. All right, let's take a look here. Okay, I got those. Oh, all those. Huh? Boom, boom, boom. All right. Let's see. There's definitely some juicy. Well, I don't know if there's juicy tea, but there is definitely several cards here. So we'll see what's happening here. There's a lot of something. Bottom of the deck, what do we have? Knight of Candles, Knight of Wands, traction energy. You know, Wands is passion and action and energetic and physical attraction, but it is an action energy. So I would say the underlying energy is, yeah, they did want action from you. We'll see what kind of action here as we get into these other cards. But specifically to the concert here, we got the 3 of gifts. Yep, the 3 of pentacles being that's that creative energy. Yeah, I wanted you to come see my creativity, because that's his concert, right? So that's them playing or doing it, and it's like, yeah, I want you to be able to see that and experience that. Under the surface, we do have the moon, yeah, so there's a lot of unseen emotion, a lot of unexpressed emotion, it feels like, below the surface here, that moon energy. And you do carry quite a bit of Mother Luna, mothering, Cancer sign energy with you, that you are a big nurturer for a lot of people, right? It's almost like if you put someone's picture, excuse me, like they colored it and you put it up on your refrigerator, it's like little kids are like, "Look, they put that up there." So it's interesting that from a standpoint, it's like they do value your it's like a parent. I don't wanna make it that weird, but it's like a parent coming to see you, but it's almost it's not quite that. I think you get it. It's not quite that, but it's important, energy that's coming in there. It's not like a sibling coming to watch you, but it's not like a parent. It's like in between that, you know, in between. Maybe a sibling who was like a surrogate parent for you. That would be it. Like, it means something different, for you to go. So hopefully that makes sense. And we got the Queen of Canes, yeah, the balance of head and heart. So you are this person that you don't, you don't you don't just blow smoke up people's butts. They know if you say something, you mean it. Like, you wouldn't go, "Oh my god, you were so good," when you were like, "Oh god, you should stop playing." You know? You would be like I feel like you would say, "Oh my god, that was so good. I loved in this one where you really did this riff or, you did this." Um, you did this with the song. Oh, I love that, you wouldn't be just like, "You were great, good job," it's hollow and empty and, you know, um, that's what a mom or a parent would do, "You're great," without giving you specifics, right? So, I feel like when you say something, you mean it, and if they sucked, you'd be like, they're like, "Well, how did I do?" And you're like, "Well, you definitely have improved since the last concert." And they're like, "Oh, shit." But you're like, um, but you are definitely improving. But you don't do it out of meanness, right? So I love that. All right, let's see what else is here too. But they love it because they know you're gonna be honest, with them. You also have the 5 of good cheer. Yeah, this is that energy of that we get with you, with your gift, right? About how you help one of your things that you want to do through music and acting and everything is to help people move people's emotions from lower to higher vibration, right? Um, and I love that you can recognize that in other people's abilities and that as well, and go, wow, feel that movement of emotion, right? You got the 3 of candles, 3 of wands, which is about, like, uh, looking at things differently, and I feel like you do this already like, if you went to their concert, you would be like, "Oh, um, this is what I would do," and you're, like, learning about how you want to express it as well. So I feel like you take your experiences and you alter your like, "I was gonna do this, but now that I've seen this combo, I would do this instead," you know? You got the 2 of good cheer, power of emotional choice coming in here, 2 of candles, a lot of power of choice energies that are coming in here, and there is no, supposed to with all this. They're like, you're gonna, um, you know, it wouldn't impact you whether you go or not as far as your ultimate outcomes. But it is a power of choice, energy that comes in there. Let's see what these last 2 cards are here too. Hey, here's the Hierophant, power of change, seeing things from a different perspective, but there is that teacher-student energy there, and the King of Gifts, King of Pentacles, this abundance energy that comes in with that here. So, I do feel here that there's a great opportunity for growth and learning if you do go or, um to a future one if it's already passed. As you said, "Did they want me to go?" And it's like, yeah, but it's also for you too, because I feel like it's a great mirror for you to see things about your own, um, way that you want to express yourself to the world, if that makes sense. So, that's what they got. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too through the feral psychic. Meow. Cat energy. I feel like you actually I pulled a card for me because this is a newer deck. I know I Black Friday'd myself, but because they were really a good price. But I pulled a card for me because I always am selfish and make sure I'm the first one that gets cards from my new decks. And this is the one I got, which is so fitting for me. But I thought of you because we got like this black kitty coming in here. You got the here, which is called Feral Focus. Want to become unstoppable? Get crystal clear on what you want and refuse to be seduced by anything that dilutes it. Wow, that's a different meaning for you than it came through for me. But this is wonderful energy there, but I love that. Wonderful, wonderful. And it fit in with me, and I feel like this is important for you to know because I got this moon diary with a moon workbook for next year, which is manifesting with the moon. And one of the things that asks for is be clear on what you're wanting. And then this morning, as I was reading in the top 10 things, that book by, here it is. I'm reading this book. Debbie had referenced this for it, which is the top 10 things dead people want to tell you. And one of the things that they talk about with, of all things, manifestation. Step one, define what you want in terms of the end result, which is mentally in your mind, in thought. Imagine what, imagine that you've already received, done, or become that which you now desire. Do not imagine the how this will happen. Do not worry about the logistics. Do not see the process. Just imagine it completed. That's the first step. And the second is show up every day moving in the direction of your dream. But the big thing is be clear on what I'm wanting, not just wandering around. And the example he gives is like a GPS, which with a GPS, you plug in your destination. If you don't know your destination, the GPS goes, I know where you're at now, but where do you want to go? And you're like, I don't know. Well, the GPS doesn't work unless you know where you want to go. Right? You have to tell it the destination. So that's when we picture that. But then he also says that the destination or the GPS doesn't kick into gear till you start driving. Because when you're still sitting there, it doesn't give you direction. It's just going, you're telling me you're not ready for something yet because you're not taking direction or you haven't started movement. As soon as you put it in drive and start going, the GPS goes, you know, here's the calculating the route, and this is the best way, the shortest way, taking into consider construction and traffic and everything else out. It determines the best way for you to get there, the fastest way to get there. So I love that for you. And I feel like all that was part for you, for me, and for other people that are listening. As spirit loves to hit the flock of seagulls all at once, all of us, right? I know. And that now I'm having that song by the flock of seagulls. What didn't they do? And I run so far away. Da, da, da. All right, that's my concert, and it is over. All right, so that's what they have for you, JoJo. And oh my god, did I not give you? I didn't give your donation a love and a like here. How rude. So now I will. All right, so Deb will be up next, and then I see Ankita. And your additional question on there. And let's see here. I think I had here. I got Maria P. So Maria. Grab you onto the free leading list, or reading would be the proper way to say that. Okay, and then we got Rose. Hey, Rose. Yeah, Rose, absolutely. If you'd like to donate, I am taking more donations. I've been on for less than 2 hours, so we're still taking donations. If you'd like to do that, you can use the super chat or down in the description box of the video. We do have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square if you'd like to donate any of those ways. All right. You're very welcome, JoJo. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. All right. So we will continue here. So Rocky Mountain Deb. Here is your second timestamp. Thank you for your additional donation. There we go. And we'll give that one a love and a like there. So you want to know, will Mariah get her ring for Christmas? Now I'm hearing Mariah Carey's Christmas song. Do, 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 do. All I want for Christmas is you. You guys are getting a free concert today. All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, will Mariah get her ring for Christmas? All right, put that here. What else do they want us to know here? That and that and that and that. All right. So bottom of the deck here, we do have the 10 of wands coming in here. 10 of wands energy is it is, of course, watching where we're investing our energy, and we'll see what that means here, because that can be looking at as a burden or as a gift, you know, of abundance, energy. And I feel like this is the giver of the ring is going, "It's now the best time or should I wait? Because I don't know." I just feel like this going back and forth of I don't wanna take away from the giving of the ring by having it mixed in with another holiday event, whatever. Um, so do I want it to be separate, something special, or do I want it, to be, part of this? I don't know. I feel like they're, like, stuck in between about the when, uh, energy because it's like, well, but then there's New Year's. What if I do no New Year's? Because then that might be good. New Year's might be better because Christmas will celebrate this, and then New Year's. I just feel like there's this. It's like, worried about, you know, I want it to be perfect kind of energy. But let's see what comes in here. We do have the Ace of Gifts, Ace of Pentacles. So there is this abundance energy, which is they are looking for the opportunity to give the gift. Underneath the surface, we do have, the, magician, the magus here. 1, Ace of Gifts, the number 1 in that. I feel like it's gonna be more New Year's, I feel is where they're leaning towards right now in the energy, which makes sense with what I was saying before, right? Can't make it up. 1, 'cause I'm like, let's make it, like, starting the new year. So, like, it hits midnight, "Happy New Year," kiss, drop to the knee, bam, Key the proposal. Is that that's what we're talking about, right? Engagement ring? Let's see here. We've got the balance, yeah, we've got temperance, the waiting, the waiting, the waiting, like the patience, the gold um, will suddenly appear, right? The gold ring? Um, it's because it feels like it's been slowly unfolding and getting to this point, right? Um, and then, what else do we have here? We do have the Queen of Canes. Again, this balance energy with with all of this, along with the Hanged Man, which, this energy of transforming and, the caterpillar turning into the butterfly. Things have been evolving. There's been a lot of transformation, a lot of change. And I feel like they're like, I just know, I just feel like it's this beautiful beginning energy that comes in here. All right, let's see what else we have here too. Yeah, King of Canes. Oh, that's wonderful that we've got the king and the queen of canes. So got that divine counterpart energy that's here. Um, So I like that energy. And underneath the surface there, yeah, the 10 of gifts, the forever energy, right? Legacy, um, this energy of abundance and relationship and, family and all that kind of energy. But definitely it feels here they've been wanting to do this. And again, waiting for the perfect moment, waiting for all this transformation and a lot of things to change here. So I love that. And then the Queen of Candles, Queen of Wands energy, which comes down to, of course, you know, the 10 of Candles, the Queen of Candles. A lot has to do with their energy. So gratitude for what is, not desire for what we want, need. The more, of course, that we focus on wanting something, we push it away. The more we stand in gratitude of the moment for what is, then we draw things in sooner, right? But I feel like January 1st is really standing out for me here instead of for Christmas itself. I feel like it's more wanting it to be uh, a special period that, and what's funny is they're reminding me my mom's second husband, um, second ex-husband, wanted to get married on Christmas Day. So we, a lot of people went to the wedding on Christmas Day because he wanted to make it easy to remember his anniversary. I know. We're like, seriously? On Christmas afternoon? Well, everyone will open all their presents already. They will be bored. They want something to do. We'll have this celebration. May he rest in peace. He's actually passed away now. Let's see here. Fortune cookie is guiltless. Yeah, here's the butterfly coming out of the cocoon. The ring. The butterfly in the ring. You can't make that up. Looks like a ring. Says, "Forgive the version of you that didn't know better. You weren't broken, you were becoming." So I love that. This beautiful butterfly. We have the cocoon, the butterfly, the transformation. Here's the butterfly. Things are changing. Here it comes, right? So hopefully that helps. That's what they got there for you, Deb. So many blessings to you. Thank you again. All right. And then Ankita, here is your second donation. Thank you so much for that. There we go. All right. And you have your the spiral eyes. Whoa, what's going on here? So you want to know here, when will they start talking to you normally? Focus on when also does he understand his wrong behavior and misses you and will come back. And so this other one, uh, this is the replacing your free reading, right? Because that's what you were wanting to know. When is he going to talk to you? Um, or is he going to, and when, right? So we'll combine all that together. All right, let's find out what is going on here. Let's take a quick sip, though. We're going to need some coffee for this one, aren't we? So cheers. All right. So we'll look at a when based on current energies. When will Abhishek start talking with you again? All right, that'll be that. And focus on when also does he, let's focus on, when he understands his wrong behavior and misses you and will come back. All right, so when does he recognize behavior and then misses you? Nope, none of those. Misses you and comes back. Those are all different. Misses you, and then does he come back? And if so, when? All right. Got some whens, whens. So let's take a look here and see what we got. Then we'll clarify with some tarot. So when will he start talking to you normal or normally, like regularly, or um, and we'll say normal will be in the way that you want them to, right? Because how we all communicate is normal for humans. It just doesn't match up to the way we think they should communicate with us or not, right? Our expectations. So let's take a look here. You have the Lover's card. Let me cover up some nudity here. But you do have the Lover's card here, which is May 21st to June 20th, which is Gemini season. It is the heart chakra, of course. I choose love and harmony. So I feel like that's good. It's a good clarification to be that's not when they first talk to you, but that's when things feel like you're talking again like a loving couple, a loving person kind of energy, right? So, we've got, that that clarity that comes in here. So that's not, that's I know it sounds like a long time away, but that is when things feel like it's back to normalcy for you, right? In communication. So that's what we have with that one. Um, when does he understand or when does he perceive that I have some behavior? Because there's not wrong behavior. I know there's behavior. Wrong behavior is when someone acts a way that I don't think they should, but we think some of our behavior isn't wrong, but from other people's perspective, our behavior is wrong because there's not right or wrong. There's just actions. And then there's actions that match up to the way we think things should be. And then the way that, you know, um, and then they're doing things that are matching our expectations, but not matching our expectations. So we want to make sure we're clear with this that when do they understand that, I've done some things that impacted you in a lower vibrational way, right? That my actions are non actions, my words are silence caused, chaos over here in your life when, I didn't, maybe I didn't realize it. I didn't realize the impact, but this is when they realize the light bulb goes off and goes, oh, I did some things that I wish I could have changed and done differently now that I see how it impacted you. I didn't realize. 'Cause I was out of my head. So let's see when that is. And that's a lot of explanation for your question, but it's important to understand that from another human's perspective, you're doing a lot of things that aren't right by their expectations and vice versa when we're like, "No, no, my way of thinking is correct. Everyone else is off," right? But that's how everyone thinks. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, 5 of swords, conflict. We got February 1st to February 25th is when they're realizing, "Oh, the conflict that happened here, I realize now the source of the conflict and my part in it," you know? So, that's an interesting energy, and that makes sense that they're kind of owning up responsibility for some of their actions. Not that, whatever happens in the outside world, right? I choose the story about what it means, and I choose my emotions. So they're not to blame. There is no blame for my story choices, my emotional choices, my physical actions, my energetic actions. Those are all my choices. Just like you're not responsible for theirs, but you only own what, your choices were. I think it was in Mike Dooley's book that I'm reading, he said, it's something that the people from the other side want us to know that when we're joining together in a interaction, we jointly are co-creators in the experience, but my perception and the impact of the experience on me is all my creation. So it's important to know that here, that they're realizing, oh, I see um, how my actions created the arena for you to choose what you were doing and what you chose to feel and do. And that's why I feel they look at it from a very, I'm not responsible for how you choose to react to something, but I understand how me doing this made it easier for you to choose that. Because every moment we can influence how easy it is for people to choose higher vibration or lower vibration, right? So interesting, right? But that's the dates, February 1st to February 25th. And then, when does he feel like he's missing you? We've got March 21st to April 20th, the Tower card. Here's the missingness, something being removed out of life. So it's kind of progressing here because they realize, yeah, I'm realizing upon reflection, February 1st to February 25th, then they start missing you March 21st to April 20th. And before we do the last card, the communication, May 21st to June 20th. So between April and May, let's see, is this when they return back here? Well, got the Seven of Swords. Here's this energy of betrayal, of deceit, of getting out of our own head around our thoughts and beliefs and expectations that steal opportunities from us. This is every 2 to 3 days. And what that's telling me here with this underlying energy um, is the belief that they are at fault. Then we realize three fingers pointing back at me, right? When we blame other people for our experiences, we're giving our power away. That's the deception. That's the mindset that steals opportunities away from us. Because I'm going, everyone in the world it's happening to me instead of something's happening for me instead. And as their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, they just are till it goes in here and I assign the story of, oh, when they did that, that means this about them, and this means this about me. And oh, and here's the emotional soundtrack that goes with that story, right? But it's this transformation. There is this change that comes in with this. And I feel like that's where this begins. This is where they're pointing you to is, yeah, based on current energies, that's the time frame because our fears and our feelings of lack and need push it further away. But as I realize I'm the one in control of my experiences, we release them from whatever accusations we have. It's like a court of law. I've accused them. I'm the judge, the jury, and the executioner, the police officer saying that how they didn't live up to who I thought that they should be and what they should be doing. Instead, I release them. I come back to me. I release myself also from all these rules, and I start looking at things from a higher perspective and start clearing myself away from these expectations of how life is supposed to be, and I start focusing on who am I from that higher perspective. I'm a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love, and I sit in that. When I define myself by that, I care less about what people in the outside world do because that just is, that's above and beyond extra. But until I find that love inside of me for me, and I'm defining myself by the outside world, I feel unstable. I'm judging. I'm trying to control everything that I can't control, which is everyone else's stories and emotions and actions and energies. I can't control that. And when I try to control that, I do feel out of control, but I return back to my own front door, to my own heart, my own mind, my own stories, and I get to choose what anything means. And then this release comes. And then I start drawing in different things. The more I raise my love vibration, the faster things come to me as well. Low vibration, expectations, fears, lack energy are anchors. It slows everything down. So hopefully that brings a little bit of guidance. Let's see what your fortune cookie says too, and see what we got going on here. What what other guidance can we have here? I know, trust me. And if you check out my free podcast, The Easier Path, I talk a lot about relationships in those too. Yeah. Double trauma. Here's that lightning bolt. Too stubborn. Let's see here. It says double trauma. It says you're both hurting, but hurt people don't always heal each other. Sometimes they just pass the wound back and forth. Wow, these cards are very deep and between the eyes. You're both hurting, but hurt people don't always heal each other. Sometimes they just keep passing the wound back and forth. So it's about healing yourself, right? I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, Ankita. Thank you again for your additional donation there. And but definitely, consider checking out that podcast because there is some great tools from Spirit in there, and we do talk a lot about pain and suffering because we all go through it for sure. So you're not alone, all right? So many blessings to you. Much love. All righty. So we did have some more donations come in while I was yapping away here. So let me just double check here. I just need to check some timestamps here. See, that was 12. All right. Yep. So we've got Maria P via Z PayPal. You'll be up next for that donation. Let's get you on the list here. There we go. And then we do have Sudeshna. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Get you on the list there. And then we have Moonlight or Summer. Thank you so much for that. Let me check timestamp real quick here. Oh, nope. I'm so sorry. Um, in between Maria and Sudeshna, we do have Z Cash App with Lauren of Light. Hey, Lauren, good to see you. So you actually will be up after Maria P. So thank you for that. I do see that over here. And I think that is it for right now. And see, these are all from you guys. All right. Yeah. So we will do that here. Before we continue, though, I have been drinking a lot, uh, and so I'm going to run to the little elves room real quick, and then I'll come back on and we'll jump back into the readings here. So thank you guys for your patience, and I shall return here in a moment. All right. Now I can concentrate and focus more. All right. Make sure we're all good here. There we go. All right. So, hey, everybody. Thank you also for all the thumbs up that you're giving the stream. It does help spread the Zen love. It's a way you can give the channel or me some love. And so you're part of that love tsunami that helps other people also experience the channel and my videos and my podcasts. So thank you guys. All right. All right. We are ready to dive back in. So thank you guys again so much for all your love and your support. We got Maria. You are up, Maria. Here. Whoops. There we go. Your correct timestamp here. Hey, we'll circle back around eventually for your free reading as well. So we will grab that here. Hey, 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 you're here. Hello. Hello's, darling. Thanks for being here live. All right, let's take a look and see what we got going on here. So, almost feel like share. Wow. All right. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Oh, good. Enjoying the hat. I do love the hat. I like that it's the extra long one, you know. All right, let's take a look here. So, what are Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today? Meow. All right. Thoughts and feelings. And then he seems more silent, but still messaging. Yeah. We'll see what's going on with that. What's happening on the dark side? Any plans? Let's look at, I'm gonna pull a when card. We haven't done that in a while, a long while. Let's see here. Based on current energies, do we have okay, thank you. Blah, blah. I can't finish my sentence. And they're like, yeah, here, psst, let's move on. All right. Um, is your relationship still continuing? Okay. And then where is your Apple Watch and charger? All right. Let's see here what they'll tell you about that here. All right. So his thoughts right now, yeah, Ace of Candles, wah, wah, wah. Passion, passion, renewed passion, energy there towards you. So their mind is on missing you, and they definitely have their little fire burning inside of them for you right now. Their feelings, they've got the Queen of Candles, yeah, Queen of Wands. And so their emotions are kind of guided toward that too, towards your light, towards your passion. So they really are, evidently, they're a little bit frisky right now with their energy towards you. So their emotions and their mind. But it does tell me that they're kind of guarding their emotions a little bit right now as well. Oh, you're missing them a lot. Yeah. So, I do feel like that your brightness, your fire, they're missing that, um, and they're desiring that is probably a better word, 'cause I don't know if they really have a missingness around them. Their life is so full and always overflowing. I don't feel like they feel missing energy. Um, they're more desire, desiring energy. But if that makes sense. Maybe that's a man, like, not to stereotype, but kind of a man thing. Men mainly desire and not miss. Women tend to because they're of the emotional we'll say people who are really strong emotionally is what who experience missingness. People who are more into their mental energy, like maybe air signs, don't really miss. It's like kind of energy, if that makes sense. But it's not that they just don't feel that empty feeling. They feel more. Well, I guess it comes through as desire more than an emotional missing. It becomes like like, I want cake and I don't have cake. I guess it's a missing energy, but it feels differently too, right? Yeah, exactly. Scorpio. Yeah, it's interesting, but, that's the kinda what's coming through with that. Um, is my stomach growls. That's funny. He seems more silent, but he's still messaging, "What about this?" Yeah, Queen of Good Cheer, Queen of Cups. So they are in their little, really doing a lot of emotional reflection right now. Um, so I do feel that they're feeling thing, and this is that holding back their emotions, right? I feel like whatever they felt, during the last fight that you guys had, that whatever happened really hit their heart a little harder because they're exposing their heart more. They're being more vulnerable, that where things before didn't impact them as much emotionally, it does now. Because they are showing more of their heart. So it means more when things are said or not said, done or not done to them at their current state. So if that makes sense, they're just kind of still discarding their heart a little bit. They're not withdrawing their heart from feeling for you or anything. They're just holding back expressing it. What's happening on the dark side? Do you have the Ace of Pentacles that's happening here? Ace of Pentacles, it feels like there's a lot of, uh, I don't know, it just feels like the holidays. It just feels like there's a lot of new activities that are going on. Not anything of heart. This just like there's a lot of stuff, a lot of new things that are needing to be done in the physical world there. And it's just feels like very a lot of tasks that need to be completed. Um, a lot of preparations of stuff going on over there as well. Like they're gonna have family over, so and son and girlfriend or partner, whoever it is, and this and that and blah blah blah. Just a lot of preparation kind of stuff. And then we got to go here, and then we got to go there. It's all coming up here. Just a lot of stuff. Any plans on leaving over there? So based on that, for when? Yeah, I mean, we've got the Wheel of Fortune, which is the turning of fate's wheel, which February 20th to March 20th, which is like Pisces season. It feels like that's where the energy is right now. Of course, when we're looking at the future, energy always changes, so we just got to keep that in mind here. But it does feel like they're trying to get the wheels turning, and they're like February 20th to March 20th is kind of this, um, I guess, intention is a good way to say it. Is your relationship still continuing with them? Yeah, Ace of Canes, Aces of Swords, which is with clarity and learning and growth and new communication, clarity of communication. And we talked about this before. I feel like they're bringing back. It's really important to learn how to communicate with one another, not out of anger or, but out of, it's like they're bringing back. If you haven't read the 5 Languages of Love, I highly recommend it. It's been around for decades, but I feel like that is your homework assignment. You probably can find it at a used bookstore for, like, 99 cents or something because it is, like, old. There's probably tons of copies of it out there, but it's an amazing realizing not everyone wants to receive love the same way. And we think we're giving them, well, they should be happy with the love I'm giving, but it's like we're giving someone fields of corn, but they're allergic to corn. But one little, you know, stalk of wheat would be something that means so much more to them than all this corn we're giving them, and it's realizing, oh wow, I didn't know, so it's interesting. And then where is your Apple Watch and charger? Oh, that's right. Ace of Cups, Ace of Good Cheer. It's in the punch bowl. Um, it's interesting. I feel here that with the Ace of Cups, I do feel it's within your possession, but it feels like what I'm seeing here, and that's funny because they said punch bowl, it's almost like you had to gather some stuff, like carry in something that you took somewhere, and you were like, "I'm just gonna stick it in there." You forgot you put it in there, and you have it sitting somewhere, you put it away in a shelf, and it's in that thing that you normally wouldn't carry around. Like, maybe it is some sort of Tupperware food preparation, because I feel like you tried to bring in from your car so many things that um it ended up being put all together, if that makes sense. It just feels like there's, with that. So hopefully that helps you at least kinda go, "Oh, that's right, that's what I did." But it feels like your hands were full, and so you stuck it in something, um, yeah, and you're like, "Oh, that's right. That's where it's at." Alright. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And you got the scarcity wound. Ooh. Which says scarcity isn't just material, it shows up in how you love, how you trust, how you receive. Are you brave enough to believe there could be more? So that fear of lack, there's something below the surface in that, right? The little cracked bowl. All right. So hopefully that makes sense. Oh, you're very welcome, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Like I said, we'll return for your free reading here in a bit. Um, we'll see how we do um, with donations and etc. I might end up coming back later for the free readings, but we shall see. We shall see. All right. Many blessings. Hey, Rose, thank you so much for your donation. I'll add you to the list here. So, where we're at for donations, I have Lauren of Light next, and then Sudeshna, and then back to Moonlight or Summer, and then Rose, you'll be up after that. All right. So, cheers, everybody. I'm going to take a sip here. All right. All right. Thank you, Ankita. We will grab that here for a free reading. All right. Hello, wonderful. Good to see you. All right, Lauren, let's grab your timestamp here. Thank you so much for your donation via Zcash app. Here is, whoops, try that again. There we go. Let me just click over to here. Boom, boom. There we go. So thank you so much. Hope you're well. Happy holidays. You like the hat you said? Let me see here. There we go. Yeah. Hello, beautiful soul. Love the hat. I do. I feel like Cher. I feel like going, wow, and throwing it over, but we'll leave that alone. So your Q&A for your donations. We will dive into these, see what we got going on here. All right. All right, very good. So we'll look at here and see number one is what is the spiritual purpose of this specific rest and silence with your SO? And what does the relationship look like on the other side of the silence? All right. So we'll start there here. See what we got going on. Just scratch my head here. Not used to wearing a hat, so it gets a little itchy. It's got that itchy material underneath. It's not an expensive hat. All right. Let's take a look here. So what is the spiritual purpose for this rest in the silence? I like that question here. All right. Let's see. It looks like it's twofold here. So we'll look at those. And then what does the relationship look like on the other side of the silence? Okay, so we'll start here and then we'll look at your other, let's see, you have two other questions. Yes, okay. All right, my dear. So we've got here um the bottom of the deck, we do have the Ace of Gifts, the Ace of Pentacles. It does this is an energy of looking at our worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. It's like some I'm seeing like a pot of gold on a fire, and the gold is being, purified. The dross is coming to the surface and scooping off some of the thoughts and beliefs that lessen our worth because it's like maybe some leftover thoughts and beliefs that tie our worth to the outside world that we maybe aren't conscious of. That's why they're below the surface. They're bubbling up and going, oh, yeah, there's that. Let me look at that. Now it's transformed that impurity, even though it's not an impurity, but it's that struggle, that deep rooted thing below the surface is being transformed and transmuted there. So that's the underlying energy. Start off on the bottom of the deck, and then we'll look at what are these two specific areas, and then we got what does the relationship look like after it here. So we'll dive into that. Hey, Rose, yeah, you got um you're a donation, so you're definitely gonna be in this stream. We will get you, a reading on that. Free readings will also get answers today. It might just be in a second session, depending on how long this one goes. Um, I will go and take a break and go eat, and then come back and finish out all free readings today at some point. So we definitely will get to all readings today. Donations will be in this session, though. All right. Thank you, Lauren. Sorry about that. All right, so let's take a look. So the first thing that is coming up here, we do have the Wheel of Fortune. There is this wonderful reinforcement here with the Wheel of Fortune that says it's the tune of for you, right? The four tune. And this is about everything that happens in our life does happen for us. And I feel like that's something that's solidified during the silence is going, there's a purpose for everything, even though sometimes it's hard for our human to see it in the moment because our human will be like, you know, um, why is that happening for me? But when the Wheel of Fortune comes out, there is this tells me that even our human is like, oh, I see how this is for me. That's why it feels like a reinforcement, not like a, oh wow, this is new to you, Lauren. I feel like you're like, I get it. You know, I feel like you have that. Um, when we want to see it, we can see how things are for us. When we don't want to see it, we can't see how things are for us. And I feel like you know that. Below the surface of that, oh, boo doo boo doo boo doo boo, you do have the Ace of Cups and the Lover's card, kissy kissy under the mistletoe. Which this does tell me here, the thing that this tells us is this is for me because one, it teaches me the power of my emotional choice that I get to choose how I feel through anything, but also realizing that all of um, my relationships, lovers, friends, family, whoever, are a reflection of my self-love. And so a big aha we can look at here is, in asking, you know, I feel like there's a silence between me and them. Where is there silence within me with myself? Whether that's higher self or my inner children, my emotional inner child, my mental inner child, my physical body inner child. Where am I not listening? Where do I feel silence and distance between me and myself? And I feel like that's a big piece that's coming in here, right? Yeah, right? Definitely. So I like that kind of reflection. It's giving you space to also recharge, also reflect on yourself. So it's like, oh yeah, my mirror, my beautiful mirror. What are you showing me, my love? Right? You're showing me my love, my love. I like that. Yeah, always, right? It's that space of, it happens for us. That's that whole thing here. The other reason here, we do have the 7 of candles. Yeah, 7 of wands. Permission here to not dim your light, not ask permission to shine, to not feel like you have to defend your actions or non-actions, your words or your silence either. And and I like this, again, this reflection of it showing that you get to be you, they get to be them, and what comes up within the silence of how I feel like they shouldn't, if any shouldn'ts or supposed tos or need tos, all those bubble up too to help you transmute those, right? Also, that, the fears of our, especially our emotional inner child, the one that goes, well, I shouldn't do this, I shouldn't do that, I need to back off and not get in the way. Um, there is something about you going, yeah, you can give them the space, but if you, from your heart, not with expectation, but just, "You know what? I wanna text them today, I wanna tell them this little thing. I'm gonna do it." And you can say, "Hey," no expectation on, you don't even have to say it, but it's like, "No expectation on a reply. I just wanna let you know today that blah, 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 blah. Sending you lots of love. Chat when I'll talk when you're ready." Or whatever. You don't even have to say all that. You know from your heart, you know how to communicate with them. But I feel like this is about not dimming your light either. If you feel like it, go, "Well, I don't wanna be a bother." It's like, ooh, that's something our little emotional inner child would, where they felt in the way, a parent, especially at my age when we were younger. It was like, "Get out of the house, I'm gonna clean it. You guys go play outside, I'll see you at supper time. Do not come back before then." Yeah. So, there is this, but allowing yourself to be yourself too. I don't require them to change, but I also don't require myself to change, or anything that I feel they need to change. It's like, oh, that's good for me to go, how am I feeling I need to change? So it's good awareness that bubbles up. And again, this period of time, a spiritual reason, brings you that freedom through the transmutation of those old emotions that don't serve you anymore, the old mental thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you anymore, a lot of which are bubbling below the surface because you're very conscious of things. This is our little inner children. And maybe that's where the silence is happening, is our little emotional inner child that was developed 7 years old and younger, our mental child, 7 to 14, and then our teenager physical self, which is 14 to 21, and like, where am I not listening to that, right? So, I like that. Below the surface of that one here, yeah, we have the 2 of cups and the 8 of candles. Yeah, this is emotional choice and all the energy we're investing in our emotional choice with this, and what I mean by that is I have this fire, this desire to share an emotion, but, oh, maybe I shouldn't. And in that moment, it's like, oh, shouldn't. Anything like shouldn't, supposed to, need to, have to, those are expectations. And it's like, no, I get to. If I want to, I get to. And they get to choose their emotional response to it. You can't control that. Yeah, we know it can make it easier or harder for people to choose higher vibration or lower vibration, but you get to be you too, I feel like is the big important energies with those 2. Um, what does the relationship look like on the other side of the silence, right? Ace of candles, new passion, right? Silence makes the passion grow fonder. And the queen of gifts. Yeah, queen of pentacles. This nurturing energy, but it's about abundance and harvest and new beginnings. With it's like Empress energy, Queen of Pentacles. But It is abundance and that, so it does return even with harvest that comes from the experience, but new passion and new energy around it too. So I like that. And of course, back to the original on the bottom of the deck, we have the Ace of Pentacles. So this abundance and this new beginning kind of energy that comes in there too. So I like that. I love this so much. Yeah. Oh, very good. It's like, yeah, it feels great. So it's like, all right, it is happening for me, and I'm gonna focus on my adventure, and I like that. So that was for the first question. Number 2 is, how is this current career pivot serving your highest long-term potential, and what do I need to focus on right now to ensure your success? All right, very good. Let's take a look here at that. All right, let's zero in on your career pivot. So, how is that serving your highest long term potential? Okay, got those here. Sorry, let me just back out of this thing popping up over here. There we go. And then, what could you focus? Because there's no need energy, there's always could. It's like my to-do list I've replaced with a could-do list because there's never any have tos or need tos or supposed tos. But what could you focus on to help you with your success is what they're kind of revising it just to bring clarity in that itself. But what do they feel would be helpful for you to know? I've got those. Okay. All right. Yeah. I love the bottom of the deck here. You got the 6 of wands. Victory. So victory energy being seen and uplifted, there you underline energy with career, so it's like, keep doing what you're doing. You're already on the path, for success and victory anyway. So we like that coming off, the bottom of the deck there. And then how is your current career pivot serving your highest long-term potential? All right, let's take a look here. So you got 5 cards, which number of change that's coming in here. You do have the 4 of candles, 4 of wands, which is joy and celebration, a gathering of a joyful event here too. I feel like this leads you to some sort of recognition publicly, like, I'm seeing like, I forget what the name of it is, but it's when they honor artists and maybe it's not that big, right? But I do feel like there's like this celebration where people come and talk about you and celebrate who you are and your accomplishments and things. But it does feel like there is this award of some kind that comes in that feels like a prestigious award even, but there seems like a joyful celebration around your accomplishments that, come in there as well. Oh, this card fell out of the deck. I was like, "Where did that card come from?" It's number the next one coming up. They're like, "Alright, move it along." Yeah, 6 of good cheer, 6 of cups energy coming in, again, like the 6 of candles. There is this, I feel like there's this childhood dream. It's like a childhood dream come true that comes in here, right? Oh, wow, yeah, from the ground up, right? But I like this childhood dream. It just feels like, um but it feels like more like the Fool card energy, which is childlike energy of the world of possibilities. Kid in a candy store energy of like, "Oh my gosh, there's just so much that could happen." Um, and I like this, that it just feels like connecting you back to childhood dream energy. and, like, they're showing me, kids walking into Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, like, oh my god, in the beginning when they have everything, you can eat everything in the, you know, everything around you. It's like, wow, wow, imagination explosion kind of energy. It's really allowing you to connect into that. All right, very good. And then the 6 of gifts, all these 6s show it's, an energy of being on the smoothest path, coming in. 6 of Pentacles is abundance energy again, and you have so much that you're able to give, and this wonderful balance of giving and receiving energy through this too. Feel it like it allows you to become aware of any kind of overgiving energy you have left over from childhood too, in that you felt you had to give so much to deserve so little. This acceptance of receiving from other people too. I feel like you really glean through this in accepting help from people instead of, "Oh, no, I can do it myself." It's like, "You know what? I am going to, thank you for helping out," kind of energy that comes in here, right? Yeah, I love this for you, but it's allowing other people to assist because our little inner child is the one, if it feels it has to do so much to deserve so little, or things can only come if I work really, really hard, instead of going, abundance flows to me easily and effortlessly. And I'm grateful, that no, I don't have to earn it. I deserve it. And there's that change in the core that's coming in through this too. But I feel like this helps you because you're learning through this, that just helps propel you in other things later too. You have the Knight of Candles. Yeah, this journey of stepping into your I think like this there's this it's the quest for stepping into your power, realizing that whatever I focus on is what I draw in. And the realization and the reinforcement of when I focus on gratitude for what I have and have had, then it grows. So I focus in on what's missing, I get more missingness, it becomes harder. So I feel like this is a different kind of approach of celebrating, and not focusing on a lot on what's missing or what still needs to be done. Yeah, the regular project manager energy, right? But there's this but it's just that's gonna be a small amount of my focus. I'm gonna spend 90% on celebrating progress and 10% on what still needs to be done, and um, that's sharing it with the people that your department and everyone else that you're building up. It's all about celebrating, this, that, and that, and, yeah, you still need to well, we're gonna work on that and get that done, but look at, "Oh my god, we did this and this and this and this." I love that. I love that, right? Yeah. So I like that. And then also the 3 of Canes, realizing that expectations equal disappointment that comes in here too. And, you know, that's that kind of the other flip side of what we just talked about with this here, which is when I focus in on what's not happening, then I'm not focusing on my abundance. I'm focusing on the, the lack, right? It's like when we have all these let me see. When we have all these expectations, we feel like we're behind and we're like, I'm in the negative trying to get up to 0, right? When I don't have any expectations and then, like this much, I have all this abundance when I have 0 expectations. There's this much abundance. Even if I do this much, look how much abundance I'm experiencing. When I have all these expectations, I don't experience abundance until I reach here. 'Cause there's all this negative energy around it. So, I like that. You're such a golden retriever. I love it. "Ruh, ruh, roo." I love golden retrievers, they're so cute. Alright. So, I feel like that's, the big piece, of that, of how it's serving you here. And then what can you focus on to ensure your success? We have the Eight of Swords. This is letting go of those thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and expectations that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. The Eight of Swords is saying continue to let go of those thoughts. It's means that you have been doing this. Continue to let go of that mindset and thoughts and beliefs that we're created to try to protect you, but you don't need that protection anymore because you're a force to be reckoned with. When you were younger, when 7 years old and younger, when you hit 7 years old, your mind was like, I need to protect you, heart. So it created all of that because you weren't. You feared being ostracized and not being supported by your tribe. But now you're like, "Pfft, I don't need any. I can take care of myself, right? So I like that. So continue to do that. And then also, yeah, here's the Seven of Candles, Seven of Wands. Be true to your authentic self. Don't dim your light. Don't ask permission to shine. You don't need to defend who you are. Shine bright. Be you. Be the true, authentic you, and be the golden retriever. Um, it's if that's who I am, I'm gonna be that. I don't care. People are like, you know, you can be a little bit too much sometimes, and you're like, no. Um, if anyone ever says that we're too much, it just means that they're not able to handle what we're able to give. That's not a an overness on our part. It's just a lack in where they're at, and that's okay. It's like I'm going to continue to burn bright because that's how people around me stretch and are able to receive more of the light. I don't dim my light because I can't. It's so bright. Your eyes will get used to it. Here's some shades. You can put these sunglasses on till you get used to it. But you know, I'm a bright sun. I cannot dim my light for anyone. I love that. Continue to shine and be yourself. And then lastly, for this question, you've got the two of the they call it the Marilud, which is the high priestess, and the Three of Cups. Yeah. So I like this. This is connecting to the spirit world. Um, is it here? The high priestess goes away, connects higher, connects to the spirit world, looks behind the veil, dives deep into their own emotions. But the Three of Cups is your spiritual posse too. And so don't be afraid to ask for help from the spirit world. Nothing's too small, nothing's too big um, to ask for their help. They're wanting to help us. They're ecstatic to be able to interact with us, but they do honor our free will. And if we don't ask them for things, they will let us experience the struggle if we want to experience the struggle, with that. Um, so, you know, uh, they will give us reminders all around us too. I always look at it, they're behind us, supporting us, but we can get so engaged into the world that we forget that they're there and that they're willing to support us. And they'll, oh, yeah, you're there. They do that through synchronicities, repeating numbers, different things like that. And we think, especially you grew up very independent and very, I feel, unsupported. And you learn that the only person I can depend on is me, right? Myself. And so very independent, very self-sufficient, but we can trust them. They won't let us down. They're not like humans who, when they're in fear or feeling unsafe and out of control, will pull back and abandon us. They never will. So you can trust them. And I feel like that's part of build up your trust and realize that they've been with you all along and they've never let you down. And building that up, I feel, is a good thing to do, right? All right, so that was for number two, and then number three. Thank you again. I really appreciate you're always so generous with your donations. I appreciate that. He asked me what your ring size was the last time I was there at his home 2 weeks ago. Oops. What do I need to know about what's coming of this? Ooh. Uh-oh. Alright. Oh, oh. That's my poor impression of, Beyoncé's, "If you love it, you better put a ring on it. If you love it, you better put a ring on it." Alright, let's take a look here. You guys are getting this free concert I was singing earlier. Alright, let's see. What do you need to know around this here? Alright. Have a countdown here. Uh-oh, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Yeah. Faith and love. I love it. All right. Let's scooch these over and see what we got going on here. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the Holly King, which is the Emperor energy coming in here. Decision maker, you know, they're the ones that are and it's funny underneath that we do have the 7 of Wands that we talked about, being true to their authentic self, um, shining bright, being themselves. And so I feel like that's part of their I'm deciding what I want. I'm putting a plan together and I'm going to take action and put that action behind the plan. So there is a countdown that's coming up here. So it's part of their plan within plans within plans. Before we have the countdown, we've got 2 cards. We've got Dreams Come True, the star card coming in here. Alright. And then the other one is the 4 of Candles, the 4 of Wands. Um, we've got this, the 4 of Wands is the marriage card. That's why I'm a little giddy. You got the star card and the 4 wands. You just you just can't. I just can't. So, um, there is I know, right? I'm almost crying for you. I'm like, "Wow, wow, wow." And I love that, you know, you're one of the few people in their lives that gets them, that understands them, that knows what they need, and the openness and the understanding and the, you know, um, just, I can't even put words around it, right? I mean, I'm just like, "Wow." Alright, let's see what this countdown looks like here. So we've got the 3. Yeah, you are the perfect match for them here, right? The Queen of Swords is one of my perfect fit, it's like you are such a perfect fit for me here. Yeah, we got the 4 of Canes and the 3 of Canes. It's this expectations. They have that is that Yeah, it is. There is a bird. Let me see if I can zoom in. A bird on their hand. Yep, they're holding out the hand and the bird has landed on their hand. Is that's a sign for you, isn't it? And then the 3 of swords to the 4 of swords is putting expectations to rest. Um, it's more orange here, and then it's white, there. So it's not quite the bluebird of happiness, but but they have that there. But the 3 to the 4 of swords is this you help put their mind at ease because you let expectations go. You don't have them in this cage of expectations, and that you help put their mind at ease with this energy, which I like there. Oh, I love it. And then you have the, Temperance card and the Ace of Cups. Yeah, so the patience that you've had, and with the self-love, Ace of Cups, it just brings it in. It's this wonderful alchemy, trusting the cups going back and forth, and that the magic is happening, and trusting the timing, and not pushing and rushing, and, they don't feel that pressure from you, and they're just like, um again, it's that feels like it's a perfect fit kind of energy that's there. Yeah, and then it ends with the Ace of Candles. Here's the new bright light, the passion. I feel like after your little this is what we got for your first reading after the silence comes this here, this psh, here comes this bright action energy. And below that, yep, the 5 of Candles. I feel like there's a gathering of people here with the 5 of Wands that comes in here. Um, because the 5 of Wands can be conflict energy, but it also can be group of friends energy, and I feel like that there's going to be a little bit of an announcement that comes up here very soon. So, I like that. Ah, to Texas. Texas this week. Yeehaw! So, I do feel, um yeah, this is an amazing read. Oh my god. I'm all giddy for you right now. So, we'll see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, in regards to all this. I like that. A work Christmas party, then dinner with his family next Sunday. Oh, his birthday. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yeah, it might be after all of that, but we'll see here, as well. So let's see here. Your fortune cookie coming in here. Look, and you got more birds on this side. It's beautiful energy. That's the on the back of every single card. Oh, wow. So we got the toxic positivity card coming in. That's interesting that we talked about this, like the golden retriever, right? Says positivity becomes poison when it silences the truth. If you're only allowed to feel good vibes, how will the rest of you ever feel seen? Wow. And that's good awareness, because and I feel like this is just more of a affirmation for you that, you know, you are able to um, speak your truth, share your truth, shine bright, and not, um, retract and go, well, I'm no I can only bring good news. I can only bring, that, you know, higher no, if I need to speak truth, even if it is something that needs to be shared, then it's something that needs to be shared. Um, so I like that for you. Shine bright, but it's okay. It's okay. Be gentle with yourself. And if you need to, you know, go out and scream out in the woods, scream out in the woods if you need to, that it's okay. And I feel like this is more pointing down into your um inner children. Like, you weren't allowed to speak up when you were a child. You had to be the happy child, not the, you know, expressing your sorrow or expressing your anger. You know, like when I was younger, it was, if you don't stop your crying, I'll give you something to cry about. Or, if you don't stop your tantrum, I'm going to take you out, especially if you're at a store, I'm going to take you to the restroom and beat you, or I'm going to take you out to the car and beat you, but not me. I was an angel, of course. No,
No, no, no. 1,000 times no.
I was not an angel. But, so, um, I feel like this is an important thing for you there. Yes, you're worthy of addressing your feelings, yeah. Doesn't mean we have to do it in a "rah," but it's like, I get to talk about how I feel too, and I love that for you. Wow. Wow, I love it, Lauren. Lauren, thank you so much, and oh my gosh, thank you for your little Christmas, your little Christmas present. I'm so grateful. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I thank you so much. You blow me away. I'm so grateful. You're so generous. I'm just speechless. Thank you so much. I am very grateful. And what a celebration. I'm excited for you. So, yeah, keep us in the loop. Right, thank you so much. Many blessings to you. So, I just need to send something to my host real quick. Here, let me see. Did she text me here? Okay. No, she did. She's funny. Thank you so much. I see here. Sorry, I think I got a package upstairs. Let me just see here. All right. I just need to let her know. She sends me it's funny, this isn't too bad, but, whenever she gets a package delivered upstairs for me, she sends me a little eggplant representing a package. So, a little, a little peek into, uh, my, relationship with my host. So, cheers, everybody. Cheers, Lauren. Thank you again for your donations. I appreciate that. All right. Let me turn that down a little bit. Hey. All right. So we'll continue here with the uh, donations here. Let me just see here. So we had that. Okay, we have Sudeshna Summer. Oh, I'm sorry, Sudeshna. You have two here. How did I miss that? So up next, we will have Sudeshna and then to Moonlight and then back to Sudeshna. And then we have Rose up after that. And I think that it's it for donations right now. So we'll jump into those. Free readings, I just hit 3 hours. So, um, what I will do here is I'm gonna finish up donations during this session, and then any free readings, I'm gonna go, take a break and eat, recharge, and then I'll come back on and finish out everything as well. Right, faith and love. Right? Here's a package. What? Whoa. Yeah, some might not, some will, right? Too funny. All right. I'm so glad you guys have a great sense of humor. We need to laugh more. Uh, you know, we don't need to, but it helps so much to laugh more. All right. So, Sudeshna, you are up. Let's do 304 even here for number one. And we will circle back around for number two here for you. All right. So let's give your first one a love and a like there. And the rest of December for you. I know. What the 2 weeks that are left. Can you believe it? Just 2 weeks. Crazy. How fast this life has gone. Whoosh. All right, let's take a look here. All right, I do want that one. What else? For the rest of December for you. Okay, got this. I do want those two. I do want this one. and this one, and these 2. Alright. Overall, you've got the wonderful Leo energy of the Strength card coming in, which is a card of, like, leadership in a way. It's like Leo the lion, um, on one part, knowing you have the strength that you will always get to live the life that, you truly want on the inside, and I love that message here for you, and I feel like there's this awareness that comes around this here in the rest of December. You're just really realizing it. I was reading, from Mike Dooley's book this morning, and one of the things that they were saying is that when you realize that most of our life, we're experiencing abundance, like, we're usually more happy more of the time than we're sad. We're usually achieving things versus failing things. It's like part of our being, part of our birthright, part of our essence of who we are is success. We're usually, 90% successful in our lives, and 10% is where we grow, because it's still successful, when we're not achieving something. But for the most part in our lives, we're usually on the upper end of things, of experiencing and achieving and having higher, uh, outcomes, and I love that, that energy and that, message that's coming in here for you here. So, that's just the underlying energy. Let's see what else they want you to know here. You do have yeah, the child energy, the Fool card, which is new adventures, new beginnings, new openings, looking at the world as a place of possibilities, um, and achievements, you know, letting go of expectations. Your world is just opening up. It's reaching the world card is the last card in the major arcana, which is completion, and the Fool card is the going new steps in a new level that's coming in here. So it feels very much like you feel like you're moving forward and starting a new chapter of your life here in these next 2 weeks. You have the King of Canes, the King of Swords, which is a lot of clarity that's coming in here, in these next 2 weeks too. Below the surface, let's see what this is about. Yeah. A lot of emotional energy coming up from the surface. A lot of cycle of the moon energy coming in here. We have a new moon in Sagittarius next week, which is ruled by Jupiter, which is abundance. So I feel like the new moon for you next week is really a big kind of celebration type of period for you. And yeah, with the 10 of candles, the 10 of wands, this is an energy of like um, seeing all the effort you put in turn into harvest. Instead of burden, you experience harvest energy. And it's a change of a mindset, I feel like here too, through all this, as you're realizing when I focus on what I'm grateful for, you see the abundance come in. When you focus on what's not happening, you see that. And I feel like you're this because we have this aha when that happens when we realize something. But then there's something that happens when it drops into our heart, which I also feel this moon card is this knowledge and this I know it, but then you know it. It just feels differently. It hits our life differently when it drops into this, like our solar plexus. It's like I get it. It's like I understood it, but then there's that getting it, if that makes sense. I like that for you. Also, you got the high priestess. There's a little bit of stepping back and connecting to the higher realms here. A lot of reflection energy coming in here. Yeah, and you have the Queen of Cups underneath that. Wow. You have the moon, the Queen of Cups, and the high priestess. All three huge emotional energy, but huge connecting to the higher realms energy. So I do feel like you're getting messages from spirit, a lot of people that are on the other side giving you messages, like loved ones you've known that have passed, whether it's grandparents or someone that meant something to you that passed away, you're gonna be getting confirmation, memories being touched, emotional energy, things happening in the outside world, pointing, going, "Is that you guys?" And it is them. A lot of activity, but I also feel like you're expanding your empathic abilities, your psychic abilities, like your spiritual gifts, and I feel like you're feeling that grow within you. So it's really important for you to take time to sit with yourself away from everything else and everyone else, whether it's going to a temple or going into nature or just going into somewhere where you can have peace and quiet to connect. It's really important for you during these next couple weeks. Yeah, the King of Gifts. Yeah. This major feeling of abundance coming in, and the Seven of Pentacles. There is some stuff here. One, you are getting this sense of abundance of self that's coming in here. Some things that have taken a while, like you've been putting in, and because the Seven of Pentacles is usually the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. Well, this is saying that something that you've been waiting to come to fruition, here comes this fruition that comes in. Um, and there's also this sense of you're getting some of the fruit of your labor and you're realizing, this isn't what I thought it would be. I'm not going to invest in this anymore. So I feel like there is some of this changing of where you're focusing your energies, because like you achieve something and you're like, that was fun and all, but it really didn't float my boat. It didn't bring me what I felt it would. So, I'm going to not you know, invest in that. It's like if you plant crops and you get something like, well, that was good, but I'm really didn't, it wasn't worth all the effort and everything to get the result. I'm going to plant something new in that area this time around, metaphorically. Or if you've been a garden, it could be literally too. But let's see what your fortune cookie is for the rest of December. You got the feel to heal energy coming in. And it says, the wound you refuse to feel is the wound that refuses to heal. But pain buried alive never dies. Ooh. So it's important to whatever pain we might have pushed down. Pain buried never dies. It's allow yourself to feel it and then it can go, right? So I love that for you. Wow, deep. All right. So that's what they have for that one, Sudeshna. We'll circle back around here in a sec for your additional one. But up next, we do have Summer Moonlight number 2 for you here. Thank you for your additional donation. We'll put that down here. Okay. Just move that here. There we go. All right. Let me scooch back up here. There we are. And so thank you for your new sticker and donation. And let's see here. There it is. So what's with R these days? Calling me about nothing, but also asking about my Christmas plans. Missing me? Did something change? What's his thoughts, his feelings? Does he have some regrets? All right, let's take a look here. Cheers. Take a sip here. All right. What is going on here with them? All right. Um, so what's all that about? I feel like that's what's all coming in there. And then, is he missing you? Did something change? What's his thoughts and feelings? Thoughts and feelings. And does he have regrets? I don't feel like they're a regrets type of person, but we'll see here. We'll see what's happening and going on there. Okay. Sorry. My host just responded. Yes, there are two two packages. All right. Alright. Bottom of the deck, you do have your chariot, Cancer moon energy coming in here. Mother nurturing, Mother Luna, you know, you're huge. Of course, you have to get that. It's either the moon card or the chariot card. You have to have your moon energy appear in all this, right? So we definitely have that. That's there. This card deck is the Yuletide Tarot by Christopher, like Chris Kringle, like Santa. That's interesting. Just so everyone knows there. So, yeah, there's that energy that's there. It's a power of choice, energy that's coming in too, but action, movement. But I feel like the main thing is that they're attracted here to your, um, you know, nurturingness, um, a need for that, you know, they feel like they need that. But let's see what's going on here. We've got what is all this about this calling and everything, right? Yeah. 10 of swords, we got 10 of canes and the king of cups. I feel like they're I don't know, the 10 of swords is about I'm tired of people pleasing and everyone else and everything, and the king of cups is this balance between head and heart and kind of energy. Almost feels like there's this, um, have they're inquiring, have you changed? Have you let go of your expectations on what the perfect person is? Because, some kind of just feeling out where you're at. Have you changed? Are you will you see me now as your perfect compatible person with this here? The answer is
No.
no. I like that. Um, what else? We've got yeah, so they're experiencing the feelings of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold. Yeah, they've had this ending in their life. So there's that lack energy. I feel like whatever was going on over there, that they had a sudden loss or someone that's not paying attention to them, and so um they're in a feeling of need, the neediness and going, you'll give me what I need again, you know? You've done it before." And you're like, "Yeah, but you're not who you were before either." You know, we got this temperance energy, balance energy. I feel like they do this, right? They wait for time and go, "Just a matter of time, I'll wear you down." Just a matter of time. You will get you will feel needy. You will feel like you need me. It's just a matter of time. If I wait, because this is what they feel like they experienced in from you and other people. They've learned that if they back off for a while, that people get broken down, and the element of surprise or um, that people will eventually forget what they experienced with me, and now I'll have another try. And, we'll see how this goes kind of energy. That's kind of weird. Not weird, that's kind of normal for humans, actually, right? All right. So, are they missing you? 8 of gifts. It's interesting, I normally don't get this, but it's like they miss what you give them, but not like because 'cause they're very transactional. I miss what you gave me, but what? Do you miss who I am? What? I don't understand. They don't understand, no, it's all transactional. You don't try to be with people because of who they are. You are with people for what they can give you, and that's the way they've been, and that's how they feel about their self-worth too, is people wouldn't wanna be around me just for being me. They want to be with me what I can give them, kind of energy. Did something change with them here? We got the 2 of gifts. There's some balancing energy here, but the 2 of gifts more is about, you know, I try to keep 2 people in 1 person in both hands, and what has changed is one of my hands became free, so I'm looking at who I'm gonna put in the other hand kind of energy. So, something hasn't changed with their they haven't changed that much in their transactionalness, but what has changed in their life is they've had an opening, in their life for a second person. It's like, "Oh, no, thank you." "What?"
No.
Right. What are their thoughts? "Yep, I gotta be me, I'm gonna shine. I'm not gonna dim my light. I'm not gonna change. I'm not gonna defend myself. I'm not gonna shrink. I'm gonna be me." That's what I think. Um, Again, the going back to that, have your expectations changed so that, will you recognize what a great catch I am now? No. Alright. Feelings blow. We've got here's that Empress Mother Nurture energy coming in here. They want that nurturing. They want that sensuality, that, you know, that mothering in a way, the nurturing they didn't get that they look for, and that's what their emotions are. They're feeling that need and that neediness. Um, that's there. I know. Does he have any regrets? 3 of Swords. This is expectations equal disappointment. And it's interesting because I'm sitting in that going, they with this expectations equal disappointment, they're like, "Do you regret?" "I regret feeling the way I do. I feel very disappointed." And you're like, "No, do you have any regrets on your actions or non-actions or whatever towards me?" "What?" They don't get it. They don't get that, um, about what's happening with other people because 'cause they're focused in on their side of the transaction, you know? I thought if I did this that I would get that, and I did these things, but I didn't get what I deserved back. So they would be asking you, "Do you regret anything? Do you regret not giving me what I deserved?" That's the energy of where they're at, in their life. So, I know. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for them too. Alright, here we go. Yeah. I feel silenced. Boo doo boo doo boo doo boo. The fear of conflict is choking your growth. Let the discomfort come, let the truth breathe. I feel like this is for them, not for you, because the fear of conflict is what chokes their growth. They don't like the discomfort, and so they keep away the truth. They try to stay blinded. They don't want to see the truth of, the what's behind things. That's why I can't regret because that means I'm a failure. That means I didn't do something right. I can't. I can't have that. No, no, no. No, no, no. All right. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. That's what they got for you. And again, thank you for your multiple donations, Moonlight. You're probably asleep, getting ready for your first day of work tomorrow. So good luck. Have fun. All right, so next we have Sudeshna circling back around for you. Look at that. We got 304 and now you have 324 exactly. Couldn't plan that. All right. Let me get rid of this other one here. Those are both your donations. So thank you again for your multiples there. We'll give that a love and a like. And then Rose, you'll be up after that. All right. So Sudeshna, the upcoming time in your career, anything important? Currently working in the company. All right. Let's take a look here. So what we've got coming in here. Shuffle these. All right. So regarding career, anything important coming up here? I almost feel like your first reading with end of December feels like there's something going on there at work, right? Got some abundance and leadership energies and so some pretty cool stuff, it feels like. Let's see what we've got here. I feel like I want these with these and this one here, but not that one. All right. Yeah, and even, I was gonna say with the King of Pentacles you got in your first reading, bottom of the deck, abundant energy coming in here. So it does feel like there's this sense of fullness coming here in career with this company right now. We do know you're gonna have a change coming up eventually in that, but yeah, you have the 8 of good cheer, letting go of emotions that don't serve you anymore. I feel like there's this freedom energy. Yeah, 6 of good cheer. So got this emotional flow energy where you're letting some old emotions go at regarding work. And I feel like that is very healthy because it's like you're any emotions you felt before that you would push down that you were afraid to feel regarding work and the company, I feel like you're not sharing it with anyone. You're just feeling it. You're allowing it to flow. You're allowing it to go. I'm just going to realize, yeah, it's okay to feel that feeling of not being recognized before in this. But I feel like because you're getting recognition coming up, that it's like, okay, I see that they can recognize talent. You're like, "Yeah," and ability. It just took them a while, and that's alright. I'm just gonna let this go. You allow yourself to feel it and release it, and then to move forward. You also have the 9 of canes and the devil card, the Krampus. Which this is all about the mental energy, letting go of these fears, these thoughts, these beliefs, these expectations, these mindsets of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be. And this is work related with the Capricorn. The devil card is Saturn, Capricorn energy, which is about it rules over the house of work in astrology. So this is letting the fears go, realizing, you know what? I can't please everyone. So I'm going to just focus on letting go of all these fears and all these roles and supposed to be's and go, what do I want to do? It's like stepping into that. It feels like you're letting go of emotions that don't serve, mindsets that don't serve you at work either, which leads you into that 8 of candles, 2 of good cheer. Yeah. 8 of wands allows flow with the 8 of wands and the 2 of cups that allows you to build some positive relationships there, but it also puts you into that power of emotional choice that I get to choose how I feel. Not what they do or don't do, say or don't say, but I get to choose how I feel. No one gets to control that. No one can make me feel any way at work, right? So I like that, which also leads you to the Justice card and the 10 of gifts. Yeah. This wonderful balance. Feel like you're really going to see things coming from a different perspective at work. The Justice card is seeing things from that higher plane, letting go again of thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you. And then the 10 of Pentacles is a card of abundance and fullness. So I feel like as you release this and see things differently, instead of focusing on all the, what's not happening, what they didn't do, what people said and didn't say, and all that stuff, because that just grows more of that lower vibration. I feel like you're choosing, I'm going to choose happiness. I'm going to choose gratitude. I'm going to choose higher vibration. And you see things change of that because of that core difference that you make on the inside, which leads you to dun, da, 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 the 8 of canes, 8 of swords. Yeah. This is that movement, this flow energy again. All this flow, you got 8 and 6 and 8 and 10 and 2 and 8. All these, the only odd number you have is really the 9 of swords, which is, nightmare and insomnia. It's like, what are you fearing, right? But the rest of this is all about like flow and letting go. So I love it. I love that for you. It feels like very abundant energy, but it has to do with you and you purposely, choosing to let the emotions flow and the mindsets, bringing it up and releasing things that don't serve you anymore. So let's see what your fortune cookie is here. All right, here we go. Yep. Release is power. You can't make it up. So you release those things. It's not, oh, people are getting away with stuff or whatever. It's, I control what impacts me and what doesn't impact me. It's like forgiveness and release is for us, not for the other people. And it says, freedom begins the moment you stop clinging. Let it go with love or with fire, but let it go. And there you go. You're letting it go. So many blessings to you. I love that for you. All right. So thank you guys so much here. Hey, Jojo. I'll add you to the list here too. Thank you for your additional donation. Let me check timestamps here. Yep. And then Maria P, thank you for your additional donation here. Add you onto the list here. Very good. Let's make sure here. Double the fun. All right, that's there. And Tim De La Gem. Hey, Tim, you like the hat? Matches the background, right? I got it off of Amazon. They were very inexpensive. All right. So we'll continue here. Thank you guys again for all your patience in getting to your readings. I will be I'm completing donations and then I'm going to go take a break and eat and recharge a little bit, and then I'll come back and finish off all the free readings. So we'll have a second stream today. And when I finish any of my streams, I do post a pinned comment listing all of the readings with the timestamp. So um, if you come back later to the second stream for your free reading, then you can just look for your name and click on it. It takes you right to your reading as well. So thank you guys so much. And thanks for all the thumbs up that you've been giving the stream as well. It does help spread the Zen love. And you're part of the love tsunami. So I'm so grateful. It's something free you can do to show the channel some love and show me some love. So thank you guys. Cheers. Right, Rose, you're going to be up next here. All righty. So, Rose, we got 32. Look at all those threes and twos. And let's give your donation a love and a like there. So I love it. Amina, what is Mike hiding and planning against you? Oh. All right. We'll take a look here, Rose. Thanks for hanging out with us too. All right. So what is Mike hiding? Let's take a look at that first here. What can we know about the hidden here? All right. Got that. What is he planning against you, or what is he planning? Just whatever we can know here regarding that. So we got those. I do want these. And this one here, which leads to this. But not those. I just feel like they keep going here, but yeah, we'll see what this is here. Yeah, I sure did. Here are your timestamps here. Moonlight. All right. So what do we got? Oh, yeah, right. So Rose, the bottom of the deck, we do have the Seven of Swords, right? Which is a card of thievery and deceit. Liar. So I do see that you're not imagining things, that there is some reactionary energy in them out of fear. And it's good to know that when all humans, we have this, the the extent that it impacts us as humans, of course, changes over time. But when our little inner child inside of us feels unsafe and out of control, it boots out our intelligent, loving, compassionate side, and we become like a 2-year-old with a pet hissing cat, and we do stupid, unloving, uncompassionate things to be able to feel safe and in control again. So just know that their place isn't like it's not personal. It's not like, it's I feel unsafe. I feel out of control. And this is what I'm reacting like a little child to try to feel safe and in control again. So they're not in their right mind as a mature, compassionate, loving, intelligent adult. They are acting like a child. And you're like, no kidding. Right? You're like, I see that. But we can also understand when we react because we feel unsafe or out of control because of their actions or non actions, words or silence, we can realize, oh, I'm acting like a child with my pet hissing cat. When you have a hissing cat and a hissing cat, you have a cat fight, right? But whatever you can do to help bring calmness, a feeling of safety, a feeling of feeling in control, without doing things that are stupid and unloving and, um, you know, uncompassionate, that will help you, in your energy. Because you will when we're allowing our inner children to run rampant, we do stupid stuff that impacts us, and it's like, "Yeah, I want to do what I can here." So, we will see what else spirit has, but I feel like that's an important thing just for you, you know, and we release other people from things, not necessarily so they can get away with something or they can, you know, win or whatever. We release people for our health, right? Um, we kind of away put up a shield to go, no, I don't care what you do or don't do, say or don't say. I'm not gonna give away my power to you. I'm keeping my power, kind of energy. So let's see what we have here. All that said, I'm like, all right, we're getting ready for a battle, right? Did you guys hear the crunching? Um, so what are they hiding? Let's see what they're hiding here. Yeah, we have the Queen of Canes, Queen of Swords, along with next to it, woo, is the Queen of Candles, the Queen of Wands. What are all these queens? And then underneath the surface, we've got the Ace of Wands. I feel like something that they're hiding here is multiple multiple feminine energies in their life. Does that make sense? Is this part of the deceit and the line and the betrayal? Is that they have this addiction, maybe I don't know if I could say that on YouTube about uh addiction to intimacy. We'll say. I have to be careful how we word things in on YouTube. But I feel like what they're hiding is that there was multiple, feminine energies in their life, with all this of different kinds, The Queen of Swords is, someone who's in their mind. Okay. But you know about that. Do they know that you know? But I feel like what you don't know is that there's been many, not many sounds like extreme, but several. Um, and that they have I feel like what they're hiding is that they've got an addiction. Um, and they just can't get enough of that, attraction, passion, intimacy, energy, and that I feel like what they're hiding is that they are addicted, um, and that it's been something that's it goes back to what happened to them when they were younger, you know, with, someone, either a babysitter or cousin or someone, I feel like it was someone older, but I feel like since then that they've had this struggle with this, and that's what they've been hiding. So that isn't so much about what they're plotting and planning towards you, but there's this that there's been many, and that's the root of it. It has nothing to do with what you could or couldn't give them, because no one could ever fill that. One person can never fill that within them because um, they need this variety, and this is what this represents: is they need this variety. They need this constant change and constant extreme that keeps getting more, and it's never enough. And then they need more, and they need different, and they need extreme, and then they need this other stuff. And so I feel like that's kind of what's coming in there with that. Yeah. Um, yeah. Okay. And then that's what they were hiding. That's why they wanted to do it separate. What they're hiding, just to understand, I feel like that is important for you to know. So like my mom, and she carried for years that my dad had cheated on her when they were younger, and probably throughout their 20 something year marriage. Um, and she carried the guilt or the blame that it's because I couldn't make him happy. And I was like, you can never make him happy. If he was unhappy on the inside, he can never be happy with anything on the outside. And she was like, "I don't know." I'm like, "Well, if it was you, then wife number 2 would have fulfilled him. Wife number 3, all the girlfriends in between would have been enough. He would have stopped." And I talk about this every once in a while because I saw the light in my mom's eyes go off, and she cried because she released this blame of blaming herself, and she's like, "It's true. It's true." And I'm like, "It is true," you know? And I love that, awareness, because that's good for us to know, right? Oh, that's good, that's good. But I feel like that helps you understand, something that they're hiding, and that so much of that shame and guilt and all of this that's happening inside of them is rooted. This is like the root of a lot of their actions in the outside world and how they, um, view the world, right? So I feel like it's important for you to know that. All right, well, let's take a look here. So these other cards here are, what are they plotting and planning here? We do have the 9 of gifts, the 9 of swords, not swords, 9 of pentacles. This is an energy of hermitude, isolation. I got the king of candles, king of wands. So they're still kind of plotting and planning. And the sun card, which is this inner child energy that's coming in here. Again, that childishness that we're talking about here. But there is a little bit of, I feel like a part of their plan is to, I don't want to say turn people against you, but to try to isolate you where you feel alone is like one of their first plans. And whether that is making things up or doing whatever, I feel like they're trying to, like, I'm gonna try to get you to where you feel alone, kind of energy. Um, and then, and the thing about that is, like, do me a favor, yeah, try that, because if you can convince my friends and my support system to go against me, you're doing me a favor because you're showing me who my friends are and who is not. So go ahead, do me a favor. I like that attitude. Is that your sassy attitude, Rose? Do me a favor. Go ahead. Give it a try. All right. Let's see. That's because you got 3 and 2 and 1, so I feel like there's this countdown. First, I'm starting off with that. Then, step 2, what I'm gonna do here is the Ace of, Pentacles and the Moon card. So the Ace of Pentacles and the Moon card. The Moon card is, it it shows deceit, it shows revealing the truth, um, and the Ace of Pentacles, again, I feel like this has to do with seeing your worth in relationship to the world in a different way, and so I feel like their plot is to, you know, like that attitude? I know, I love it too. I was like, "Whoa." I felt very strong. But I feel like they're it's like, I'm gonna reveal things to everyone because I feel like the second step is to have you question your self-worth and to try to bring things up from the past, some things that they feel you have pushed down, down below there. It's not like blackmail, I don't feel, unless you have something to be blackmailed about. But that's the whole thing too, you know? I like how people are, you know, if you don't do what I'm gonna say, I'm gonna tell everyone about this, and then you go out there and go, "Hey, everybody, I did this." And then now where's your power? You know, again, this you think you can have power over me? You think you can impact me?
No!
You can't. I like the my little no button. Um, but there is that. No, you can't impact me unless I let you. It's like a vampire that's trying to get into your house, right? And if they, you know, in this scenario, they you have to give them permission to enter, right? The old vampire stories. And you can look in the at the peephole and see if there's a vampire, and you're like, "I'm not gonna answer it. Pfft, whatever." And then, or we open the door and they're like, "Let me in," and you're like, "No!" Slam the door, right? Or, "No, show that you don't impact me. You're not giving me any you're not, igniting emotion within me. I'm not gonna give you that, power." Um, and we don't invite them in. The only way they can come in is like, "Okay, come on in," and then, "Rah," and then we can uninvite them, and then they get repelled out of the house. But there is that we hold the power, I feel like is an important energy here. But their plan here is to try to impact the way you see your worth by drudging up things that they feel would bother you. Like, I know what bothers you, you know, you never thought your dad loved you. And, that's why you end up choosing the guys you do, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, really? That's your best shot, you know? So interesting that they would do that, but that's their fear, right? They fear, like based on the first part of the reading, they fear that other people would bring that up. And so they're like, well, this is other people's fears too, is that I'll dredge up stuff from your past that's bubbling below the surface. And you're like, again, go ahead, give that a try. And then leading to the last one, which is the six of good cheer, the six of cups. Here is this childish energy. I feel like they revert to being like a little child, name calling, and you just think of kids on a playground, like in third grade. You're not good enough. You're not me, 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 me. And you're just like, I love that you're like, hey, you know what? What? You're rubber and I'm glue. Whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks to you. You want to play childish? Here, take that. Wow. So I feel like, again, when we start acting from childish places, we do stupid things, that comes in there. But let's see what these last cards come in. I feel like I just need to put these away, and then you've got. I feel like this is what is coming forward here, right? Yeah. Well, that makes sense with the you know kind of energy here, but um I don't feel like anything physical here, but of course, this is tarots for fun and disclaimer in the description box, if you feel unsafe, then definitely take actions with police or whatever you need to do. If you feel a restraining order, if you feel unsafe or whatever, do what you need to do for you. Don't think anything is too extreme. If you're like, "This will make me feel safe, I'm gonna do it," or whatever. But let's see what else they had here for you. Yeah, we got the Ace of Good Cheer, Ace of Cups, And and this is good. This is like joy and being aware of your own emotional energy. Realize that whatever you focus on is what you draw to you. So if you focus on the fear of who they are and whatever, then we're going to draw more of that and it gets bigger. If I focus on what I'm you don't have to focus on what you're grateful for them unless you want to. We'll talk about that in a sec, but when I focus on what I'm grateful for in my life and what I do have and have had in my life, then my energy is growing and drawing this in. But the more attention I give it, it's like a lion walking across the parking lot, and you're on your way to your car, and you go, "Oh my God, there's a lion! Lion! Whatever you do, don't come to me, lion! Lion! Stay! Hey, lion! Lion!" And they're like, "What?" And you're like, "Stay away from me." "What? You want me to come over there? All right." We're getting its attention by our energy toward it. Instead, going, I'm not gonna focus on the lion, I'm gonna focus on what I do love, and then I draw in that. And, and this is can be a challenging thing to do, like, just being neutral and ignoring something, it drifts away, but if I focus on, is there anything that I'm grateful for in who they are, I focus in on that, then that transforms it even more, energy from growing this to growing the thing I'm grateful for. Even if it's I'm grateful for the service that they gave my country. If it's a stretch, right? But, so it's being aware of that. You also have the two of gifts, balance. Yeah, balance of your outside world. Realize that one moment of gratitude transforms a lot of moments of fear and lack and lower vibrational energies. So it's not one for one, but just anytime you can focus on gratitude in your life, it helps transforms things in your life too. And the page, excuse me, hiccup, the page of canes, the page of swords. This is a gaining clarity too. And sometimes just realizing that lion, the reason they're so angry is because 'cause they've got a thorn in their foot, right? The story of the lion and the thorn and take n and not that you are gonna take the thorn out of their foot, but in the story, the little mouse or whatever removes the thorn from the lion's paw, and he doesn't eat him, he is grateful for him. But there is this once we understand someone's pain, I feel like that's why they wanted to show you the root of this, that something happened to them when they were a child, like they were physically assaulted in, you know, ways that a child should not well, there's no shoulds, but it's not healthy for children to experience, but that there's a root in that, and that's why they're so angry and why they're so the way they are, right? But ultimately, yep, you kiss and make up. I'm just kidding. You're like, "What?" The Lovers card here. Importance of relationship, but it is also the power of emotional choice, whatever I choose. No one can make me feel and that's kinda what we're doing with all the attitudes, right? No one can make me feel any way that I don't wanna feel. No one can make me think any way, feel any way, put a story to anything, my energy, my actions. No one can make me do anything I don't wanna do. And that's where my power lies. I also can't make someone else do what they don't wanna do either. Um, but it's coming back into your power, not giving our power away by allowing the vampire to come into our home, but to go, "You know what? I'm not even gonna answer the door." That's the whole thing. That's why I like in the beginning is someone knocks on the door, I look for the people and go, "Vampire." No, no, thank you. I don't know if you ever saw Saturday Night Live back in the day with Gilda Radner. It was way, way back, old Saturday Night Live, but they had this one called Land Shark, and if you wanna see it, just Google Saturday Night Live, SNL, Land Shark. Just see, because the land shark was on land, it would knock on the door, and people would open up, and they would eat him. But then they showed Gilda Radner, I think she it was her scene, and there was a knock on the door, and She's like, "Who is it?" And he goes, "Land shark." And she goes, "Oh, no, no, I'm not gonna answer the door. You eat people. No way. I heard all about you. No, 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 no." And then it's a pause, and then you hear, the doorbell rings, ding dong, and they're like, "Candygram." "What? Candygram?" They open the door, and he's like, "Rah." It's just funny. We don't open the door for the land shark. We know better. Anyway, that's what they have. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, look at the self-sabotage energy, which I feel represents their energy. The moment things start going well, they reach for chaos. That's not a coincidence, it's a defense mechanism. So they've dealt with that self-sabotage all of their life, that energy. Um, it's also good awareness for us. We can read it as the moment things start going well, we reach for chaos. That's not a coincidence. It's a defense mechanism. Like I fear success, I fear joy in my life. Um, so something that we can be self-aware with. All right. So hopefully that helps, Rose. That's what they have for you, my dear. Hang in there. We send you tons of love and light and realize that you are divinely guided. You are divinely protected. Just don't open the door to the land shark. All right. So cheers to you. All right. We just have a couple more of donations here. So, Jojo, thank you so much for your additional donation. Don't let in that land shark. I'm so grateful. Thank you. All right, here you go, Jojo. So there is your additional donation. I appreciate that. Let's give that a love and a like since it lets me here. And I think you said you wanted a general reading, right? There it is, a general reading. Let's see what Spirit has here for you. All right. So what do you want, Jojo? All right, thank you. Boom, boom. And I do want this one, that one underneath, this one, and that one underneath, and that one on the end. All right. What do we got going on for you here? Move these over. All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have Empress energy here. Oh my God, you're pregnant. No, I'm just kidding. But it is about creativity and about expression and Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, but big creative energy coming in here. I feel like you've got messages today about creativity, sharing how you feel, expressing yourself into into the world. I feel like did you say something earlier? They're telling me to look here. Did you share something? Did you? Did you? Did you know? Oh, you were at work, but definitely you will go next time. That's what you were replying to your other reading there. Yeah, so that is okay. Oh, that's right. The creativity of going to the that's what they wanted me to look. Yeah, the creativity of going to events and experiencing other people's creativity is for you. It helps you create more. And then you got 3 cards. You have the Empress 3, the number 3 of creativity. You got 3 cards to start off, which is, yeah, sharing your heart with the world in your own special, unique way. And I like it because I feel like the more you experience different people expressing themselves differently, one, I feel like it reinforces your not that you need a whole lot of boost of being true to your authentic creativity, but I feel like we could all use it. It's like this it's like you're helping your brain see it and your heart feel it and your inner children go, see, it's okay to express ourselves this way. It just feels it builds this confidence in a way for that. You also have the Queen of Good Cheer, yeah, Queen of Cups. Really getting in tune with your emotional energy here, trusting your gut, trusting your instinct, allowing that to draw you, and the moon, oh my gosh. Talk about all this energy that's coming in here as well. So, you know, there is this connecting with the higher realms, connecting, you know, with your emotions and expressing emotions. Feel like the full moon, is gonna be very important for you here. See all the full moons in the the windows here. But we do have the Cancer full moon. I believe it's another super moon, um, in beginning of January to start off the new year. So I feel like it's really, getting in tune with your emotions and allowing those to be expressed in your own special and unique way. Let the creativity come from there, right? Not from here. Yeah. The Eight of Swords, letting go of the mindsets, thoughts, beliefs that no longer serve you, getting out of the head, letting that energy flow away from the head, I feel is there. Um, Underneath that, you do have the Six of Candles. Yeah, Six of Wands. This flowing energy, this is definitely victory, and you are brought up and recognized when you get out of your head of, well, really, I shouldn't be acknowledged. I shouldn't stand out. I don't deserve it yet. And all these mindsets, this is the heart going, I'm just flowing and I'm not worried about it. I'm not letting the mind restrict and keep me from that, right? You also have the temperance and the justice, all these balancing energies between the two of them. The temperance actually says balance, but that's like the balance of the heart and the balance of the mind, that it's okay to you can it's like this movement from letting our mind bully our heart with supposed tos and shoulds and need tos and have tos and musts to going, "All right, mind, let's step over here. Let's let the heart out of the cage. We're gonna see what the heart has to say." And the heart goes, "This is what I'd like to do." And we're like, "That sounds good, mind." Instead of you suppressing that, why don't you support it? And the more stories you tell your mind of your heart's dream and what you wanna do, again, kinda going back to that focus, right? That the mind will then work together, having those things, having those, movements forward. It'll help create, the dream instead of work against trying to create whatever it was told it's supposed to. The more we give it a different story, the more it'll show us the proof and give us the direction and create that to move towards that. Underneath both of those, you got the Page of Canes, yeah. Page of Wand oh, that's Page of Canes is, Page of Swords, which is seeing things more clearly and being able to step forward, seeing things from that higher perspective. So I like that. The mind changes direction, which ultimately leads you to the Knight of Canes, okay, movement of thought and belief and mindset. It takes you into this quest for clarity, this quest for seeing things from that higher perspective, new ways of doing things, new creativity that comes in with that as well. So I like that for you. That's what they got for you, Jojo. Let's get your fortune cookie, your additional one here. I know since you had to share my other one, this is a unique one for you. Let's see what they got here. That's this one right here. And you've got, yeah, you're a trailblazer. Here's the Ace of Swords in your hand, opening up new ways of looking at things. When you walk into the unknown, you teach others what's possible. Will you be brave enough to be the first? And there you go, doing things differently. I love it. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Hey, Deb, you're back. And I'm still here just for a little while longer. I will be back to finish out free readings too. Breath work and meditation. It was titled something like Going to the Ninth Dimension. Wow, lots of downloads. I love it. I love it. I love it. And then Moonlight, I'll grab your free reading. We'll be doing that later. I'll be returning for the free readings after I go get a bite to eat. since we've got we've got a nice healthy list of free readings here. All right, and then we got Watcher of Crazy. Hey, who you calling crazy? I'm just kidding. I'll add you here. I've got Maria P up next, and then Watcher of Crazy. You'll be up after that. I love that name. We are definitely in a wonderful adventure in this lifetime, aren't we? All right. We're all just a little right. Well said. Is that from Alice in Wonderland? Or is that the Mad Hatter? We're all a little mad. All right. So, Maria P, thank you for your additional donation. Here is your timestamp here. All right. And then let me jump over to your PayPal. Thank you for your donation. All right. You want to know. So, Walter's thoughts on what to do next with our relationship. All right. All right. So that's the next. All right. And then you found the watch and cable. Oh, you're well, you're welcome. So glad you found it. And Jeff seems nice to you, but we talk and realize we are friends. His thoughts on that. Okay. Take a look here. I don't feel like that one. I just that one there. Okay. Sorry, something's loading here. Come on. Come on. Come on. And whoops, there we go. And then so does he hate you? Okay, that's why we got extra cards. So this is all about Jeff here. Does he want to hang out more than friends? All right, we'll take a look at all that here. So, Walter, how what he feels here. We do have the lightning bolt. Here's this energy that we get here, right? Which is about this the fear of suddenly leaving from it. That's the fear that is below going on below the surface here. And we've got this, and it makes sense because I feel like they pick up on your energies, right? um and didn't you say they're a Pisces? Because I feel like they're kind of emotional, empathic, and so they feel like when you're wondering about other guys, and they sense that within you, and it's if you have it there, it's there, but it's you understanding why it's there, because I feel like this is their fear that they pick up on it. They've got this antenna that goes, "I'm." When we struggle, you look elsewhere to like again, we talk about that, right? You look for the exits. Well, maybe this, what about that? What do they think about me? What do they think about me? Is there other options? And instead of focusing in on, um, what do we need to work out, how can we learn? How can we grow together? It's like that fight or flight. It's like, where can I run to? Is there someone else to go to kind of energy, right? And I feel like that's what kind of impacts what Walter feels like, what to do next with our relationship? Well, I don't know, because is there gonna be a relationship or are you gonna run away? You know? Yeah, because I have the Queen of Canes, the Queen of Swords. He does think you guys are such a good fit with the Queen of Swords energy and the Six of Good Cheer. We've got here's children and past life energy that comes in here. Underneath the surface, they feel like, wow, we're such a good fit. Maybe even children, um, energy here. They love your children, um, and all this, but but that's that fear, that's that antenna that's up that picks up on that, "Why am I picking up that you think about other people?" And obviously, it is there, right? So, interesting. Um, I feel like they would like it to go forward. They do feel like you guys are a great match, and like I said. Now Jeffrey, um, his thoughts on "We're just friends." We have the 5 of candles, with the ace of gifts, ace of pentacles. The 5 of wands is an energy of conflicting energies inside. Their mind understands, but their heart is like, "Mm-mm," and this ace of pentacles means that it's like, "Well, that can always change," kind of energy. They're like, "Things change, people change," you know? Um, because ace of pentacles is a new opportunity to come up, right? Does he hate you? No, there's fears, the 9 of swords energy here, the knight of candles, there's attraction there, knight of wands. But they don't hate you because the fear energy is we hate how we feel. I hate how I'm feeling. They don't hate you as a person, but they don't like how it feels when they feel like rejection or whatever fears they have bubbling on inside of them. It's that they hate, not you know, that they hate you. They just don't like how they feel. Uh, and it's this fear energy. Do they want to hang out more than friends? Page of Canes. They do want to talk more. The page of swords is an energy of seeking clarity, wanting to understand. So I don't feel like they'd want to just hang out to talk. Because they don't want to be someone stealing someone from someone's, partner or boyfriend or whatever. They're like, I don't need to steal, people from other people, but I would like to talk and get to, chat with you as friends for now, kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's bet your fortune cookie comes in here as well. Yep, energy thief. Psst, psst, psst. It's a snake. Not everyone who wants you deserves access. Boom. If you feel drained every time they leave, ask yourself what they're taking that they can't replenish. And no one can take our energy. It's like, what are we giving away of our energy, right? No one can steal our energy, but we can allow them, right? It's like that vampire, opening the door and the vampire go, "Can I come in?" "Sure, right here." And then, we're giving it away, but we can go, "No." We can go,
This is my last word. No.
I love my no button, um, and not let them in, but we're the ones that decide it, right? So that's what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again for your multiple donations there. And Deb, you don't have to wait until I'm done to listen. Here is the timestamps. You should be able just to go back to it right now and watch it if you're wanting to, or if you're just being like you want to finish me, listen to me blab on. But there's the timestamp. It was good. It was really, really, really good from my standpoint. All right. All right. And then we have Watcher of Crazy. Here you are. We'll put you at 414 even. So thank you for your donation. And let's give that a love and a like. Yay. Thank you so much. Appreciate that donation there. And you like a general reading. All right. Let's see what we got coming in here for you. Give these a shuffle up. One more. Oh, never, never, never a problem. Yeah, if you ever wanna ask for it, Deb, or anyone, like, if you come back and go, "Hey, did you complete mine?" I try to keep an eye, one eye, half of an eye on the chat, because I try to focus on the readings, but if I see your comment, I will, if I've done it, I'll give you your timestamps. So, all right, here we go. We are ready. So, what does Spirit want you to know right now, Watcher? This and this, leading to that, blossoming that. I feel like that's a flower blossoming, and then that's growing. That was the bottom of the deck. I feel like there's a change of outcome that comes in here. Interesting. All right, let me see. How am I going to remember that? I'll do it like that. All right, let's see what we have going on here. Well, your underlying energy, you do have the 10 of Cups. 10 of Cups is a joy, joy, joy energy. Someone under mistletoe here. If you were looking for a relationship reading, or you're curious about relationship, this is the underlying energy that's coming in here. It can just be about a joyful energy and choosing joy as well. It doesn't have to just be that. You're like, woo, curious. All right, well, there you go. Spirit knows. So let's take a look here. The underlying energy, that is, it does tell you that you do have a faded relationship that's coming your way. It's across your path. No matter what choices you make, you will come across this relationship. Um, so we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, right? But let's see here what your first card is. You do have the Knight of Canes, which is the Knight of Swords. It is a big piece of this here. Underneath that, underneath the 10 of Cups was the Three of Swords, which is expectations equal disappointment. And this makes sense why they pointed that out to me, to see that, especially with this, the knight is on a quest. They are about, um, understanding where all these expectations come from, all these stories, that all these opinions that we grew up with that became part of our opinions, our expectations, our rules around relationships, which sound like, who are they supposed to be? Who are they supposed to be in the relationship? How is the relationship supposed to start, supposed to progress, supposed to end up? What is it supposed to bring me, and what am I supposed to be in that relationship? It's a lot of work, a lot of heaviness that comes into that, right? So there's a lot of that energy that's there. And this knight is on a quest of clarity, of seeing things differently, being finding the Ace of Swords, which is a double-edged sword. It allows us to see things from a higher perspective, from capital T truth rooted in unconditional love, and allows us, the other side of the sword allows us to cut away old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that are rooted in fear, all that opinion that doesn't serve us anymore, right? And so there's this release of expectations. And what that does, because when we get all these expectations that form, our view of how love, what love, when love, blah, 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 becomes very, and this person in this type of relationship and all that expectation is on back order for 1,000 years. And so as we release these, why is it true that has to be that way, that it has to be this, has to be that, blah, blah, blah. It opens us up to see more opportunities and allows things to come in sooner. So I really like that this is a quest of letting go of old mindsets and allowing ourselves to more freedom on our own selves, but also on other people. Right. Then that leads you to, yes, the mistletoe. Here's the close up, right? You've got both of these energies of kissing under the mistletoe, which this is the Lover's card. The mistletoe card is. So this is about relationship, right? It also is an energy of realizing that no one of the thoughts that we're taught is people make me feel a certain way, right? And we learned that because we heard, "You made mommy sad, you made daddy mad." Wow, I'm responsible for other people's emotions. So other people are responsible for mine too. So I feel sad because they did that. They made me feel sad. They made me feel mad. When really that's a lie. That takes away our power. That puts us in this codependent kind of interactions where we give everyone gives away their power to the outside world, which is that is one of the lies. Because I am the one in control of my life. I choose my stories. I choose my emotions. I choose my actions. I choose my energy, and no one can choose it for me. Every moment I am choosing. We're given a lot of opinion growing up on what I should choose of my story, of my emotions, of my energy, and my actions. But it don't mean I have to choose that, right? Um, and then we start getting brave and we're like, you know what? Instead of being sad because I got fired or scared, I'm choosing to look at it going, "I'm grateful." People are like, "Why?" Because 'Cause I'm out of this toxic relationship with this job, and now I get to go live my dream. I get to go find something that's more in alignment with who I am. Whoa, what a concept, right? I changed my story, I changed the soundtrack of my emotions that go with the story. I changed my energy, I draw in something new instead of focusing on my lower vibration and drawing in that, right? Because whatever we focus in is what grows and expands. But part of what's happening here is you're learning about your mindset, you're learning about your power of choice. This is changing things for you. Then you have the Ace of Gifts, the Ace of Pentacles. So new opportunities open up as you transform those things, as you step into that power. So this does bring in an opportunity for someone new. We already knew that they were coming, and it's not like anything you've had before. With the 4 of Cups, that's boredom, emotional boredom. When we, keep doing what we've always did, we end up getting what we've always gotten, and that stuff is unfulfilling and blah, right? But as you're stepping into yourself and you're raising your love vibration, you're letting go of mindsets and emotions that don't serve you anymore, and you're raising your vibration by connecting to your higher love. You're finding your self-love, your self-worth, your self-respect, and so because you're raising your love vibration, you're not drawing in what you used to draw in, you're drawing in someone at a higher vibration, someone with more self-love, self-respect, and that as well here, right? Yeah. Boredom. I'm tired of doing what I always did and getting what I've always gotten, right? So I like this for you. Yeah, you could definitely go through this um transformation with the Hanged Man. You're seeing things from a different perspective. You're changing from a caterpillar to a butterfly. And with that 2 of Pentacles, you end up coming across 2 individuals, a caterpillar and a butterfly. And it's interesting because, because we're used to being with caterpillars because we were a caterpillar, but as you transform, you don't have a whole lot in common with a caterpillar. They eat leaves, they crawl slowly along the forest floor, but now you're a butterfly, you like nectar, you are attracted to blossoms, you can fly 1,000-mile migration. Caterpillar can never do that, and you can't carry them. Um, you can't carry a caterpillar. So you've realized I don't have anything in common with the people I used to be attracted to and everything. I'm attracted to something different, but then you are offered in your life. Well, here you go. Here's a caterpillar, but here's a butterfly. Butterfly's new, someone unexpected, right? Caterpillar fits in here, butterfly is here, right? So as you've opened up, now you will see a butterfly. You won't be as restricted. But if you have those restrictions in place, we can't see a butterfly. I'm a caterpillar. I could never date a butterfly. I could never be with a butterfly. We don't like the same things. That's a caterpillar's perspective of you. But you have this ability here, with these 2, options, and you're like, "Well, I could always revert back, to do this." It's not a test, it's just choice. It's showing that you have a choice, and you're like, "You know what? I'm not interested in this anymore. I'm gonna try this butterfly, energy." And tell us about this butterfly. Yeah, we got the 6 of canes, the 6 of swords. This is about letting go of old ways of thinking, like we talked about with that night. We're letting go of old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher perspective. Because we're having changes of mind, we're seeing changes in the outside world coming too. And we're moving from these what would have been choppy waters before, calmer waters. In fact, it might be so non-dramatic and so free of drama like we would experience with caterpillars when we were a caterpillar too. We were part of the drama, of course. It wasn't just they were being dramatic. We were all being dramatic with Caterpillar. Caterpillar, what were we gonna say? Caterpillar cartoon? No, Caterpillar drama school. We were all that, right? But now that you're with a butterfly, there's so much less drama that can almost feel a bit too quiet. Almost, it can almost feel like right now we're bored of doing the same thing, but it feels undramatic. And we're like, a part of us goes, well, if we're not having drama, are we not in love? Isn't that funny? It's like, no, it just means you're in a healthy relationship. And it's like, oh, it's funny. Yeah, your old outcome was the 3 of, wands, which is with new information, you do take a different route, and that different route, is over here with these 3 cards. Let's see what these bring in. You've got the King of Candles, so fire signy kind of energy that comes in here, but it's someone that's passionate. It's not a Knight of Wands. Knight of Wands can be like, someone I usually say it's like a little horny chihuahua that goes around humping everyone's legs. King of Wands is a king who understands when is it's appropriate to express passion and when it's not. And so they have passion, there is attraction, there's fire, but it's bridled. It's not a wild forest fire. It's a nice fire pit or a nice fireplace. It's cozy. Yeah, it's like, it's a nice fireplace, sitting by a nice fireplace, not having to run because there's a raging forest fire and getting burned, you know. This is a wonderful fire energy, someone who I feel enjoys travel and exploring and, um, but there is that fire, in their belly, with that there as well. And, 2 of good cheer, yeah, 2 of cups, a beautiful, beautiful, energy that's coming in here of a beautiful relationship, and again, that Lovers card coming in, that Lovers card in the 2 of cheers. It's like you're understanding your power of emotional choice, and because of that, you won't fear the future, because when we believe all the stories we were given, right, of when this happens, this is what it means. When this happens, this is how I have to feel. When this happens, this is how I'm supposed to act and my energy I'm supposed to invest. We kind of feel like a puppet and strings that's at the whim of the outside world, right? That we feel like because we fear what comes next, because we fear if this happens, this is how I have to think, this is how I have to feel, this is how I have to act, like a puppet. Well, this is I feel out of control when I have all these beliefs, that all that opinion. But when I know and I sit in that energy of knowing whatever happens next, I get to decide the story, the emotions, my energy, and my actions. I don't fear it because theoretically, I could choose joy, I could choose joy, the 10 of cups. With no matter what happens next, I can have joy, a joyful story I can find around it, a joyful energy, emotional energy I can feel around it. I can have joyful action and everything, and it'd be like, boom, right? We don't fear it. We don't fear the future. we get to enjoy the moment instead, and we focus on what I'm choosing in the moment instead of fearing what's coming next or what happened in the past. We get to live in the moment instead of exist in the past or fear the future. So I love that energy coming in here, a beautiful, beautiful relationship and yep, temperance. It does develop over time. Something slowly built lasts forever. And it's alchemy. It's allowing the magic of that to just it goes back and forth and the magic is happening and it moves forward. It's not a rush because things quickly created crumble. Things slowly built last, and that's you're building a lasting relationship with this fire signy energy that comes in here. Well, thank you so much for your additional donation there. You have no idea. Oh, I love it. Well, you still have a fortune cookie. We'll see what this brings here. So I'm so glad it resonated there for you. And thank you for your additional donation there. Is that a tip or do you have follow-up questions? You're so gracious. Oh, thank you so much. You guys are so lovely. I am so grateful. I don't often get tips, so I'm floored when I do. Thank you so much. Wow. Got the soft strength. It's fire Leo energy kind of. It says, "It takes great strength to remain soft in a world that tries to harden you. Only the brave dare to feel, to love, and to face their own vulnerability." You are a Leo? Well, there you go. It's celebrating your soft strength. Beautiful, beautiful energy. Wow. What a perfect card. Beautiful, beautiful. Wow. So I love that for you. And that's what they have for you right now. Beautiful, beautiful. Let me give that tip here a love and a like. I do definitely appreciate that. I'm so grateful. You are very welcome and thanks. Welcome to our Zen friends. We always have room for more Zen friends. Wow, that's a good reading to boom end on for this session. I am going to take a little break, go have a little bite to eat, recharge, but I will be back on within 2 hours, probably within an hour. Um, but I'll return and complete all the free readings that we have here as well. All right, very well. So glad to have you here. If you guys haven't entered my giveaway yet, I do have a giveaway every new moon and full moon for a 30-minute personal recorded reading or my hedge of peace and love. So if you'd like to check that out, there's the link. It's always in the description box of the current stream as well. Whatever next drawing is coming up. I also have all of my personal readings, both my um, live readings and my recorded readings and my hedges of peace and love on sale. All that information is down in the description box too. This video tells a little bit about it. And if you want more Zen outside of the readings, I do have a podcast called The Easier Path. The playlist is always in the description box too, or on my main page at the top. You'll see it there. This is the link to the most recent adventure that just came out on Thursday, which is The Unicorn of Love. So if you're interested, you guys can check that out as well. All right, again, everyone, thank you for all the thumbs up, for all your love and all your support. I'm so grateful to be able to be on this path with you guys. I love feeling all of your energy and your thirst for searching for spirit. And like I said, I'll be back on here to finish out all the free readings in a couple of probably probably in about an hour, if not within 2 hours if I get distracted. But I will be back and finish all the free readings. I always pin a comment with all the readings, all the names and the timestamps. So, if you catch it afterwards, just look for the pinned comment. You can find your name. Click on the timestamp, takes you right to your reading. So I love it. All right, everybody. Thank you again so much for all the love and support. Till I see you again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. Bye.